Should be live. Hello, lords and ladies of the internet. I'm the King of Candor, and welcome back to episode 32 of the Council of Candor. Stars My Destination, Part 2. So, yeah, as you all probably know, a few weeks ago, we started covering Stars My Destination, and it was a fantastic time. We had a lot of things to say on a lot of things with the theme, and
A lot of stuff to say,
yeah, and now we have Des with us. You all know these great co-hosts. I don't think we spend too long introducing everybody. You're all familiar with them on this podcast by now. Links to everybody's things are in the description. Goat's channel is below, which I think he just made another fantastic video a few days ago. And Pag's
I wouldn't say that,
enjoyed the video.
but
It was fun.
I'm happy you liked it.
I watched it.
Yeah. And Des and Bops both need to be bullied. And Pag's books is still in the description. Now, Chad, I got some special in store for you today. So you might be noticing
everybody
this a little different. Well, I have found something fun. Instead of just putting the Thief of Baghdad on again like we did last week, I think it'd be more thematic. You might see this lovely comic cover we have here, which is a comic adaptation of The Stars My Destination. Now, I'm pretty sure that this is within copyright because I'm allowed to talk about it like this. I'm just going to have the comic scrolling in the background as we talk about it. If this doesn't end up violating any copyright rules, I will be able to take it down and edit it. Otherwise, it's just going to be here. And let's just start 3, 2, 1, boom. There we go. We're scrolling. All right. Let me know if it's too fast or too slow, chat. I can look at the speed and just the pitch and the yaw.
Excellent.
All right. So to start off, let's shut up. Let's welcome back Des and King from their honeymoon.
Yes.
Oh yeah, they went and got married.
Yep.
Very.
They
Open
went
water.
Great time in Mexico together. Many Yucatan boys. Unfortunately, my Indonesian boy could not be brought home with me. He was a great bartender. I will find you one day, Linga. We will hang out some more.
Linga's the man.
Yeah, Linga, number one alpha male. It's not a joke, by the way. Linga's great. He's awesome.
Linga's good. Linga's awesome.
Yeah.
So
Ligma.
That joke went through everybody's head when we saw it. Don't you worry.
Yeah. All right. Let's go.
He's a good guy.
So let's
So before we get into the book, I do have to do a couple pieces of I don't want to say like homework or something, but basically
Housekeeping.
Yeah, housekeeping.
A little bit of housekeeping.
All right, chat. I have some good news and bad news. I guess since none of you watch this, it'll be good news. Good news, this is the last episode of the book club. They are not doing quite well on the channel, and I know that since you guys don't really want them, we're not going to put them on the main thing. However, I know a lot of you guys do really enjoy the book clubs and want to, still watch them. So we're going to be doing them still monthly, but they're going to be membership only. You can get a membership for 99 cents, and you get a bunch of emotes that you can post with it. It also gives you a funky name in chat. So if instead of super chatting 1 month, you could buy a couple months of membership, and that'll cover it. There's going to be a couple other videos I have released, such as one made by Mr. Shadow here. Me and him worked on a collaboration video. That's going to be a membership-only exclusive one on my channel, because I think that, it's a fun video, and I think that I want to give a couple benefits to members. There's already currently, I think, 3 membership-only things on this channel. I know there's 2 membership-only live streams. I believe there's another video that's membership-only. So, yeah. That way I can encourage people to start getting memberships, if you will.
Yeah, all right, folks. So keep an eye out for that, if you do like books. And by the way, aspiring writers, once again, as I've said before last time, pay attention to this book because you will learn. Like, this is a good one. Do we want to do a recap?
Sure.
I think so.
Why not?
I did want to finish this little bit of housekeeping. I'm almost done, Pops. I know you're excited. The last thing is, in December, we're going to be having a special live stream series. Zimzilla from Zimcast is going to be joining us for a little bit. And for that entire month, we're going to be covering dinosaurs. It's Dino-Sember, as he wants to call it. Goodness. So if you have any dinosaur fantasy media you really want me to talk about, or that you really want us to cover, let us know now. Yes, we will be doing a podcast on Primal, probably. I don't have anything else locked in. So please come let us know, chat, what else you want. And
so excited.
Yes, with that, we are finally ready to start covering part 2 of this book. Go ahead,
All
Pop.
right.
Take us away.
Let's-
Champing at the bit, buddy.
All right. Yes. It's a. Did you say champing?
Yes. I know.
You did say champ,
but-
but what about it?
Yes. Yes.
It's because your kid's little pog champ. That's
Yeah.
all.
I know.
Don't have,
Vowel
don't
is
have
a.
a don't have a nuclear reaction, Pops.
All right.
For those of you who don't know,
Alright.
Pops hates it when I mispronounce words. But that's okay. We
Mm,
love him here.
mm, mm,
Yeah.
He's an
Anyway.
audiophile. He hates it when people mispronounce things.
Yeah. There you go, Des. It's interrupt me. Good to have you back. All right. So, can we do this? All right, fellas, seriously, Pag, you'll probably help me out here. Jump in whenever you want. So to recap what we've done so far is goalie Foyle, our main character, has now recovered his ship, the Nomad, the 20 million credits that are on it, as well as this mystery thing called Pyre, right?
Which is
And
spelled really
so-
cool.
Yes.
It's spelled.
Pyre.
It's
With random
I'll,
capitals thrown in.
I'll get into the symbolism behind that later on because when it's like revealed, the whole thing of that, I want to talk about that, but it's much later. All right.
Mhm.
What we've left off now is that he's got the tattoo removed from his face, but the stigmata still shows when he becomes overly emotional, which is one thing I wanted to touch on. I brought up before in part one how it was interesting that when you split up Nomad into No and Mad, at first, when he's like the beast, the tiger, when people give him advice, say, don't do this, this is dangerous, it's a bad idea, it would be like, no, mad, as in like, no, I'm mad, I'm going to keep going. And we will see that kind of theme of kind of the spirit of vengeance rearing its ugly head over and over and kind of leading to destruction later on. But what I like is that it switches meaning now, for the most part, in part two, as far as what he has to do. Now, if you split up no mad without any comma in between or something, it becomes no mad, as in like, no, you can't get mad. No, you can't show emotion. No, you have to hide yourself. You have to put on this mask. And I'll talk about the masks that he wears in part two as well soon enough. Do we want to talk about the blue jaunt real quick? Because I know we skipped over it last
Oh
time.
yeah, we did.
It's not that
So-
big of a deal, but
I was gonna say
I
it's
like.
not a big thing right now, as far as
I,
I'm aware.
I kind of
Well, we
like
should probably
the thing.
explain it. It's
that
kind
I-
of important.
mm-hmm.
The
It
thing
is
that
definitely important. We need to do it sooner or later, but yeah.
listen, the thing that I thought that it represented, I liked it. So I'll let you guys explain what it is if you want.
Basically, if you jaunt into an area of physically controlled space, you explode. You just two objects are intersecting and they just explode. Very loudly, probably not very painfully because of how instant it is. And while Goalie was in the prison, he, like the book describes, occasionally hearing the sounds of people trying to escape, people going mad in this prison, and just jumping into the like walls of the cliffs, and exploding.
Yeah. So what it
and then there's
is-
also nobody can jaunt more than I believe 100 kilometers at the very end or very edge. That's the most anybody's ever jaunted. Some people have tried to jaunt into space and whatnot, and invariably they all just nobody ever finds them. They're just gone.
Yep.
So I
think
guess that's a
we-
form of blue jaunt as well.
I think we brought that up before. I'm not sure what the distance was, but it wasn't like, to parts unknown in the extent of the universe, obviously. But what I liked
Yeah.
about the in the prison was that, sorry, can you guys hear someone? So what I liked about how people would use the quote unquote blue jaunt as like a desperate attempt to escape from the prison was that what we kind of see it as is, I would say, like almost a leap of faith. Like, it's a very, very desperate sort of thing that you're doing. It's a last chance, kind of last ditch effort to try and get out of the situation that you're in. But what's interesting about it is it's kind of a subversion of the idea of using faith to make a leap of faith and get out of a situation, because the people do end up passing away. But faith as a theme, we will see again later on. So I think it was important to kind of establish that there are certain characters who, they're not named, they're not really that big of a deal, but they're blue jaunting, which is kind of a leap of faith, or you could interpret it that way. But we're seeing them not fully accomplish the kind of desire that they had. For whatever reason, maybe they didn't believe in themselves, didn't have enough faith, something like that. That's another thing. I'm not going to really jump on some of the biblical stuff as much as I was last time, because I feel like in part two, it becomes a lot more kind of almost explicit at times. So I think I'll let you guys parcel those out. But that was my take on the Blue Jaunt being a leap of faith. I thought was kind of interesting if you looked at it that way.
Mhm.
Yeah. And even like knowing that they would perish upon blue jaunting, it's still kind of a leap of faith because they're like, well, I've been in this prison where I'm basically in an isolated cell for years and years and years. Like, I'm taking it on faith that whatever's next, if I try to blue jaunt out of here, that'll be better.
Yeah.
So
You know what?
Knowing.
That plays into the speech that we see Foyle give right at the end too, which I don't think it's too much of a spoiler to say. It's the idea of like, you know, it takes like a very big challenge for people to take action and make something of themselves, which I think is, we kind of see it there with the Blue Jaunt in the way that you put it. All right. So we got anything else for now? I think we want to jump back into the present tense where he is now Joffrey 4 Mile, right?
Yeah, he has just retrieved the safe from the Nomad. Just received his $20 million. Which this was written. Yeah, he left Jizz behind. So this was written in what, 56?
Mm-hmm.
So
So 20 million is a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
20 million 1956 to 2024 is 23 million? No, that can't.
There's no way.
That can't be right. What?
It's a lot. It's enough. It's a fortune that can probably last a lifetime. It's enough to live, which is what we see him when he's introduced in part 2. And you can keep doing the conversions. I'll try to just take up the space of silence while you do that. But we see him introduced as a new kind of identity that he's put on for himself, which is, again, the mask, called Joffrey 4 Mile. Name sound familiar? We'll get to that later. Anyway, so.
No, it's been a week. No one remembers.
So what we see is that he is now the lead, the leader, owner, manager, performer, what have you, of a big traveling show, right? Almost like a circus, which I thought was awesome because it's almost in inversion of what we saw from him earlier with Baker and the Freak Factory. So now that he's accomplished, you know, kind of part of his mission, he's gotten the money, he's learned a little bit about acting civilized, and we see him now as this flashy new money guy, and he's taken over the role of what Baker was to him before, and now he's the one who has the higher status, who kind of owns people, directs them around, puts on a show of them and everything. And I'll talk about when he later on, I'll touch on something that he does with Robin that I think was interesting and represents that same thing. But what's interesting...
230 million. 230 million is about what it is in today's money. That's what he was probably like translating it to in his mind. That's what 20 million. So it's a fuckload of money, an absolute lot of cash.
All right.
Bucket load, as you just said, YouTube censored. Bucket load is what he said.
Yes.
Bucket with B.
That's what I heard.
And it's.
I love buckets.
I love buckets too.
One more thing I wanted to on, just on the phrasing.
It's important that he's running a circus. The fact that he's running this big show and he's putting on this ostentatious display for everybody. I cannot think of a time when subtext and text blended so like obviously as this. This is both the text and the subtext smacking you in the mouth, telling you what's going on here. He both is literally and figuratively putting on a show for everybody else so they can see what's going on. He's hiding behind 2 layers. He's like, it's weird. This book is, we talked about it being earlier, strangely modern. This is like a double irony layer when you're talking about some of the other things that we encounter in our daily lives. It's weird that exists here. Most novels wouldn't expect you to be able to handle a single level of irony or a single level of analysis. But this book has a double layer right here. Because all the time, you know, English teachers tell you the book is telling the opposite of what's on screen, if you will. This is telling you straight up, hey, he's a clown performing for people. He's burning through all of his, how do I put this specifically? His life, his money, his resources.
His fortune.
His fortune, all the valuable things he has, he's burning through still for this one-sided goal. And everybody else around him wants him to be other things and says, hey, man, you now can be whatever you want. And he's still choosing to be a clown, choosing to be something that he's hiding from other people instead of himself.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see over and over more than just one character also disguising themselves, quote unquote, wearing a mask. One thing I wanted to touch on with the terminology when he's introduced as 4 Mile of Ceres, by the way, he's Joffrey 4 Mile of Ceres, is that the word that's used most commonly to describe him, like in his occupation to the public, is buffoon, right? So that I thought was really cool because when you look back at it, I don't know if you guys are familiar with some of the other languages, but like in French, it's bouffon, in Spanish, it's bouffon. Now, traditionally, if you look up the meanings of those words, what they usually meant was like a jester, clown, showman, like a court jester, circus performer, like somebody who does things publicly that are like silly or outrageous for the entertainment of the higher classes, royalty, which is something we'll see at the New Year's Eve party. And it affects how he's perceived by like the old money types too, but it's by his own design, right? Like I think it's a quote where he says like, nobody ever suspects the clown, right? So that's another mask that he's put on to try and, kind of keep his intentions secret from these people. But yeah, in private, he's used his money to buy like a school for himself, a laboratory. He's doing experiments. He's doing all this research. I think he does hypno training to learn languages and to learn like surgical things. So he's wearing the mask of the clown / buffoon, which is interesting. But yeah, but the way that we use buffoon nowadays as like kind of an idiot or a stupid person still applies just as far as the way that old money sees him as like the flashy new guy, the upstart.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only that, but also, if I recall correctly, he part of it is that he's buying the 4 Mile name as well, where he's trying to kind of doing like a pseudo buying into.
Yeah, he wants to show off enough that the old money will let him in.
So
Even if they let him in as a buffoon.
Yeah,
I think we'll jump on that. We'll get to that when we talk about the New Year's party. But I think first,
it's very important then.
Yep.
First, we have to touch on how he recruits Robin. So what we know so far is that he's made all this money from, or basically he just collected this money and he's blowing it, making a show of himself.
I do want. We're going to talk about Robin. I want Shadow, Mr. Magico. Remind us, what was Robin? Do you remember?
Robin
Grapes.
was
Really loves
the
grapes.
lovely lady who was trying to. She's a one-way telepath, and she was trying to help rehabilitate people. And Mr. 4 Mile here did something horrendous to her, awful, demonetizable, the worst thing that you can do to another human being. And because
he gave her
of
some
this,
grapes.
yes,
He waited for her birthday and then gave her the type of cake that she liked least.
yes,
Oh,
and
very
because
nice.
of this,
Doesn't
she
eat
is
grapes that
in
much.
an institution. She has kind of lost it. She may have tried to Minecraft herself, and he decides in his infinite wisdom that he still needs her.
Yep.
Right.
Because he still has the blackmail on her, which is that something that's the backdrop of this whole story is that the inner planets and the outer systems are at war. And she has family in the outer systems, which makes her a spy. She has to be thrown into a basically an ethnic concentration camp for those people, the out of system people. Although they're not really an ethnicity.
There's no proof she's actually a spy. That's just how the government assumes.
Yes, she's not actually a spy. I mean, from everything we can tell, she's not actually.
Basically, think of like World War II, what we did to the Japanese. She is the Japanese, but black.
Yeah.
The black.
I thought it was,
she's the Japanese but black. I now understand everything with the new Assassin's Creed game. We all need to apologize to Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Hey, hang on. Let me clarify real quick, because I thought it was that her family was in the inner planets, and the only, more or less explicit reason that she gives for her being institutionalized is that, well, she's in the outer planets, but her family is on Earth, right?
Reverse.
No, she's on Earth. Her family's from the outer planet.
and
I
she's
got.
trying
Okay.
to get her family
Well-
onto Earth. That's
Yeah,
part
she's
of
trying to
the
smuggle them.
Well, she's
future.
trying to find out where her parents are
Yeah,
because
she
they got
yeah,
she
separated.
snuck onto
from what-
Earth, and part of the deal was, hey, we'll smuggle your family in with you. That's what she's been told, and she's just waiting there patiently. And she lost her patience essentially after being forcibly enjoyed by
She was
by
forced
our
to eat grapes. She was
By our
forced to eat
protect-
grapes.
All right.
She doesn't like
So,
grapes. She was forced to eat grapes.
and then another detail that's kind of important to her character to show kind of her diminished mental state at this time is that she did attempt to get Chop Suey on the side, right?
Yes, she attempted to Minecraft herself.
Yeah, so that's
Tried
another.
joined
That's
the
another.
very
the
loving-
sewer slide, as
She
Creepcast would
wanted
say.
to join. She wanted to
That's
join the very peaceful and loving religion of Islam. Okay, that's what happened.
Yeah.
No,
You know, free my girl. She didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening is now once again I'll need clarification, but what ends up happening is more or less 4 Mile / Foil sets up that she gets broken out of the institution by a man dressed as Santa Claus, right?
Yep.
So he puts her in a sack, and I think she's sedated or she's sleeping, and
Yeah,
she
he
wakes
literally he busts into the hospital with all of his carnies and just starts performing and being Christmassy all around the
And
hospital
giving out gifts.
and just
Yeah, giving out
walks
gifts
into
to
a
help
room
distract. Yep.
and is like, "Get in the fucking sack," and then just walks out with her. That's
Yep.
how he does it, which is great. It's a great scene in the book.
This is something I do want to cover real quick before we get too far away from it. This is a great mirror to the other, I think the second best book we read on this podcast, Thomas Covenant. I can't even keep this up. But no, this is actually a great mirror to that, because look at the consequences of what happens. It's not until the second Thomas Covenant book, which we're not covering, that we really see what happens what happened to poor Lena and the results it caused her. And going back to my conspiracy theory that Alfred Bester, that Mr. Thomas Covenant's author, whose name I forget right now, stole from
It
Alfred
doesn't
Bester.
matter. He wrote a terrible book. He shouldn't be remembered.
Well,
Total conspiracy.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy that he stole from this book, is because just like Lena, Robin is in an institution. She's distraught. She can't function. The difference is Covenant, time skips 30 years, so he doesn't have a chance to save Lena. But her daughter, who's the result of this encounter, apologizes to Covenant, which makes it okay, which that book's another mess.
He apologizes to him?
Yes, she apologizes to him for her mother being institutionalized after his
my bad.
struggle snuggle with
Yep.
her.
Oh my god, it's so awful. It's so bad.
Yeah,
Me and Kid were talking about this. It's more terrible than you think.
So there's
And he also just never redeems
I
the
could have
character.
sworn,
He hurts this
were you
person.
not on the later part of the podcast? I remember you guys mentioning this on the.
I must have forgotten it. I must have forgotten it.
your mind's
I don't
probably
blame you
from
for
Thomas
saying-
Covenant.
Yeah.
I
That's
do
why I
want
don't-
to say this is something interesting. I want to bring up Creepcast, another great show, by the way. We've got only a couple hundred people. You probably know what Creepcast is. If not, it's Wendigoon and Papa Meets podcast, where they talk about creepypastas and internet horror stories. Fantastic stuff, for the record. It's very fun. They had a recent episode where they're talking about how if, as a writer, you include something really weird in your book once, then maybe you were exploring that idea, or maybe it was something you were trying to talk about. You can kind of get past that. But once you've done something 3 times in a book, you probably should arrest that author, because that's really
Once you
weird.
just keep doing it, you're just this is just the central theme of my works. you want to find something?
I think a great
This is
example is Tolkien. All of Tolkien's works constantly, except for The Hobbit, really, have this weird focus on a pseudo Romeo and Juliet story where a man and woman who are deeply in love can't get together because of circumstance or their family, but they eventually find a way. You can very clearly tell that's something Tolkien idolized and something he really thought about a lot, that's very wholesome. The guy who wrote Thomas Covenant, the 2 books of his I've read, both involve the hero P. Diddying a woman multiple times until she falls in love with him and forgives him for these things. Or he's forgiven for his actions and proven to be the good boy for P. Diddying her.
So did Shad like read like is that? Can we go with that conspiracy theory? Because I just thought about
Okay,
that.
if you
That'd be
want to
so
talk about
funny.
Shad,
Like,
people are going to be thinking you're going to be talking about his current takes on how Twilight's a good story. He's been having another meltdown about that. I like Shad.
really?
Like,
He's mad about that?
You haven't
You thought
seen
He's
Shad?
just
thinks
saying
that?
that because the person who wrote Twilight, she's a Mormon, isn't she?
I
Really?
don't
hang
know,
on.
but I
That was
believe
a
she
Mormon?
is.
I believe she
Let me-
is. I believe that she is, and
We're
he's
gonna
just
get
like,
a
oh
complete
man,
random tangent about this. This is
Yeah,
Chat,
let me,
we can, this is a live stream. Chat can fact check us if they want. Stephanie.
let me
Meyer.
let me jump in. Let me jump in to say one
Yeah,
thing
she's
to
the
the
Mormon. Wow.
All right, bro.
there you go. He's just protecting the clan. That's all. That's all there is to him. He's just like,
Holy crap.
fellow Mormon must protect.
That's
Twilight
hilarious.
good.
Okay,
Twilight, good. Yep.
I mean,
All right,
Twilight was
that's-
all right. Like I read it. It's all right.
fine.
It's
exactly
mid.
fine.
It's perfectly mid. Yeah.
Tell me you read Twilight.
I did. I read Twilight in a weekend because I had literally nothing else to do when I was at my grandmother's house. She had a copy of
Huh.
Twilight, and I was like, well, you know,
Why does your
this is
grandma have a
literally
copy
the
of Twilight?
only interesting thing in the house to
don't
read.
you know?
Probably. She probably
You know what?
was
I feel that. I do feel that because a hurricane hit here like a decade or so back, and I remember I was a kid at the time, so I didn't have like a
Mhm.
phone, and the internet power went out for days on end. So I ended up reading like all the not the Percy Jackson books, but like the spin-off of the Percy Jackson books of like the demigod camp on the West Coast, and there was kids from like Egyptian gods, and it was just the most random thing. I'm like, I don't know, it's something to read, so I understand.
It's better than
forgive you.
nothing.
It's serviceable.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, and Alex
It's- yeah,
Gomez,
it wasn't-
welcome, Alex. Welcome. Good to see you. He says Twilight is peak
Yeah.
mediocrity. He is correct.
That's true. It is literally better than nothing.
So Twilight in its chat following me.
High praise.
I rank
It's
Twilight
one of the
the
books-
same way I rank something like the Brendan Fraser Mummy films. Now, just follow me for a second. When I talk about the Brendan Fraser Mummy films, hang on, let me finish. They are a perfect 7 out of 10. There cannot be higher than that because there's so much stupid stuff that happens, but they are perfect. I want nothing more than them. They are fantastic. I don't want to change the Mummy films, but they're a 7 out of 10. That's how I feel with Twilight. Twilight is a perfect 5 out of 10. It's not any more than that, but it's 100% this thing. It's exactly the right balance of mediocrity, a little bit of plot problems. It's just all perfectly here. If I just say what is a 5 out of 10, it's Twilight. What's 7 out of 10? It's, The Mummy with Brendan Fraser. Mummy sequels, those go down to 6 and 4 out of 10 because, oh my God, they get bad.
I don't know. I feel like my grandma was probably Team Edward.
What a statement.
For sure. Yeah.
Every
got
girl
you.
was Team
You're just
Edward.
gonna call your grandma?
I don't know.
Like
I don't
that?
know
Dang.
actually any girls who were Team Jacob. They just wanted Jacob to be there so they could feel like, ooh, I have a choice in the matter.
There's got to be a fight. There's got to be a love
Got it,
triangle.
exactly.
So you have to have the obviously worst one be there to fight.
I was so upset when they dragged Shark Boy into that mess, dude. I was like, come on, why they do Shark Boy like this?
Pause. You haven't read it, so you don't know how bad it gets. Instead
But
of
it's Shark Boy, bro.
No.
It is
You don't
Shark
understand what they do. Shark Boy's a pedo.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
What?
That happens in the final
Yeah,
book. They
that
do
happens
that
in
in
the
the
final
final, and it's in the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's so
You
bad.
read
All right.
part one.
No, hands.
You read
Guys,
part one.
you're not ready for this. So he's
I
so
didn't read
much
it.
in
I
love.
want.
You know you are, Des.
Stuff.
He is so much in love with Bella
I've not read it.
that
I'm
when
doing
Bella
this.
and Edward hook up,
Edward.
and she's pregnant, he comes up and stiffs her and says, "Oh, you're gonna have a daughter," which that's a little weird, but okay, sure, he could do that as a werewolf. And then she's excellent. I'm gonna name her like some stupid white girl name. And he's like, excellent. I will wait for her, and then we will be together.
Yeah, I only know that because I saw like CinemaSins or something like
Yeah.
that, and because that's in the movie too.
Yeah, he goes
They
up to
kept
his
that in the
ex-girlfriend,
movie.
stiffs her stomach, and says dibs on that later.
Yeah.
This is a bad joke, but yeah, he placed a pre-order.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he did.
He did.
Yeah.
He knew he was gonna buy it,
Uh
All right.
and
Well-
the characters just had no problem with this.
huh.
No, she was happy. By the way, she was ecstatic.
Yeah, she
So
was.
Wow.
that means that her daughter
Final.
gets no choice in the matter. Her daughter gets her mom's sloppy seconds.
Oh man, incredible. All right, can we
Yeah.
stay on topic, or do we want to talk about
Yes,
Twilight a little more? 'Cause-
Hey, we got
Let's
3
talk
more
about
people
Twilight.
watching
Hour and a half.
during talking about Twilight. Maybe this chat now. We're going to talk about Twilight for the next hour just to annoy Pops.
Yeah. Change the title of the video. We bait and switched. We're talking about
Yeah.
that.
That was always the plan.
the final book club, Twilight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twilight. Yeah, chat, if you weren't here earlier,
I'm gonna go grab a beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, while you go grab a beer, I'm going to do another ad. Chat, if you weren't here earlier, this is the final book club, sort of. Book club will be moving to a members-only podcast. Membership is only 99 cents. There's a handful of videos out there already for members. So if you want to continue to support book club and come hang out with us, instead of throwing a super chat, go ahead and just take a membership for a few months. So yes, back to the Stars by Destination. At this point in the novel, he, as Peg eloquently puts, acquires Robin. Robin doesn't know who he is. She thinks he's just an eccentric billionaire. He slowly begins talking to her and kind of calms her down a bit and says, hey, you're going to work for me now. We're going to help you get through your trauma together. I'm a good person, definitely. I don't have any ulterior motives. And she...
Well, he also...
What?
He also says he's going to use his wealth, first of all, to clear her of any charges and also potentially reunite her with her family.
Yep.
However, a blue jaunt happens off in the distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Somebody takes the sewer slide.
And
so a blue jaunt happens, and he accidentally gives himself away. So what happens is he hears the explosion, triggers a little bit of PTSD. He jerks around, he looks up, and he doesn't realize it, but when he looks down at Robin, he's got the tiger pattern shown again on his face, and she goes, oh my goodness, you're, Foil. You're the guy.
Yeah.
And then he has to kind of strong arm her and be like, all right, listen, I'm using my leverage. I can have you arrested, blah, blah, blah. If I wanted to, you have to work for me now. And she's kind of like, I think she tells him, go to hell, burn in hell, which we'll see again later.
It's a little nicer than that, because I think he still says, like, I do actually plan on doing this, but, like, if you still want to refuse, even, like, despite that, just to, like, spite me, like, if you do that, then I'm gonna screw you. But, like, assuming you don't do that, like, we're gonna chill.
Well, that's what strong arm.
The nicest human to ever live, forgives him a little bit and says, fine, we can do this. She is stronger and nicer than me. I don't think I could have handled that after what he did to her.
All right. So the reason that Foyle decides to recruit Robin is that she is the telesend. She can speak to him in his mind, and he knows that in order to accomplish his goal of vengeance, he needs to blend into quote-unquote society, right?
Yep.
So what I like here is that
she's also, if I recall correctly,
there you go.
She's also somewhat civilized, from my understanding, so that she actually can teach him, not only get to help give instructions, because she knows the culture already.
Right. Yeah. That's why he picks her. Yeah, because she can telesend to him and kind of guide him through these situations. Yep. And what was interesting to me was that multiple times, society is referred to in the novel as like a singular noun that like almost like sounds like it has agency and thoughts of its own. And I liked the phrasing there because what we've got as like, society being a singular thing is, let me look, is that basically Foyle here / 4 Mile is looking at quote unquote society as like a thing to be conquered, as well as like, well, first of all, it's a collective. Society is a collective singular noun that multiple people make up, and then once he's accepted into it, he's going to conquer quote unquote society. And we'll see multiple times at the New Year's Eve party, it'll say society accepted him, society approved of him, society was a big fan of his,
It's like
and I like the phrasing.
It's phrased like a country and a person and a thing all at once. It's great.
I love the phrasing because it literally represents like a collective thing that he wants to conquer. Yeah, as a nation, that works. And what I like about it is that Robin being in his head now, the role that she plays in this part of the story is almost like the role of a conscience. Yep. So I thought that was really interesting that she would take on that role, and obviously we'll see the effect that a quote-unquote conscience has on Foyle later on. So I love how it's setting up a lot of things that we'll see towards the end, but I think that's the role that she plays part of the time here, besides just guiding him through social stuff.
Yeah. Now, before I would like Peg.
Yes,
Answer Alex's
I am
chat message. I know what it is.
Let's
I'll read it
see.
to you. Is this book actually the first cyberpunk story? At least one of them? Since you're a sci-fi expert,
Yeah.
go in.
Yeah, I would say that this is basically the precursor to sci-fi.
The
To
opening,
cyberpunk.
I
Rather.
think it was mentioned in the last podcast, but even the opening talks about that.
Yeah, this book, you'll see in a little bit. This book very directly influenced Neuromancer, and Neuromancer. We have to eventually do it if we're going to keep doing these, kid. Neuromancer is like, it's the book that created cyberpunk therein. Like after that, everything you see in cyberpunk is directly in Neuromancer, and this book influenced Neuromancer to a great degree. So in a way, yeah, it's the first cyberpunk story. In a way, no, it's not the first cyberpunk story because it's not as strongly in that genre.
I think it's something that we touched on when we were introducing the context of the book, like early for like the first hour of the last podcast, is the idea that like it really doesn't follow the same kind of like, you know how like this is a book with a very, very clear protagonist who you can almost relate to, who's on a specific mission. Like this is like a rise to power / revenge story almost, rather than, I think that like kind of transcends the setting, the way that it's basically Count of Monte Cristo and everything. So it's a sci-fi setting background, but it's not quite the same type of thing that it's become today as far as genres go.
I'll push back a little bit on that, just because like it has a protagonist in the sense of like most cyberpunk, but like because it is like Gully is amoral for like half the book, maybe like even more than that, really.
But more than half.
So it's got a lot of the same tropes, but it doesn't really fit. I definitely will agree with that. It's very much proto cyberpunk rather than
like the impact that like the character has versus the characterization is like kind of different. You know what I mean? Like Goalie drives the entire story. You know, for the same way that we said that fantasy and sci-fi kind of blend, how it's like more like the world is a bigger deal than the sometimes. I feel like the characters are absolutely the biggest thing in here.
Yeah, this story is about us experiencing Gully Foyle's story. It's significantly less about seeing the characters experience the world, which is what I think a lot. Neuromancer specifically is a lot more the main character experiencing the world, because the main character of Neuromancer is one of like my biggest complaints about the book. Despite that I like the book, he's just like a wet mop. He's not really useful for anything. He just kind of experiences the world. Yes, and that's all. Whereas Gully Foyle grabs the plot and he takes it along with him.
Oh, I'm going to get into that when he starts hunting down some of the crew members. I'm going to get into that a little more detail. But that's something I really liked. All right, so now he gets Robin, and he's like, "You're coming back to my circus tent. You're going to get all dressed up, and we are going to a New Year's Eve party." Okay. So the pacing here picks up quite a bit.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it starts moving right along. So he goes to the New Year's Eve party, and him and Robin. He basically uses Robin and her experience of high society to manipulate all these people. He kind of tells them what they want to hear. He schmoozes to all the right people in all the right ways. And I can't remember exactly what he was doing here. What was he doing at the New Year's party? He had a reason for being there. I can't remember what it was.
One of the crew members.
Initially, he goes to multiple New Year's parties. I think he goes to Australia, and then the Spanish Stairs, and then he goes to
the New Year's later. You're missing a small piece where he starts trying to integrate and find other pieces about the crew. He learns that a little bit more about it after trying to suicide attempt against the defenses. From the last book, the last chapter we talked about. From there, he finds the information, and he slowly starts working through other smaller venues and building his social clout before the New Year party.
Yep.
But that's the important thing that we're getting to. That's him and Robin perfecting their their system, and that leads up to this big New Year's party. And the reason he wants to go to the New Year's party is because he's pretty sure that from there he can find all the details of the crew. But before he gets there, he learns all he can about the crew beforehand, how secretive it is, how it's been basically scrubbed. There's only, I think, 3 or 4 people he learns the names of, and when he goes to talk to 2 of them, one of them explodes, and I was like, okay. Then I was like, all right, when I finally get to this New Year's, all of it's happening then. He makes this big plan to do all of it on New Year's when he's trying to got it, because he's pretty sure Prestane and Prestane's corporation are responsible for his demise, because they're the ones who owned the ship that left him. The whole reason for his revenge.
Now, hang on, because I feel like, so firstly, he ends up at a party and multiple people kind of come up to him and they go, "Are you that buffoon with terrible taste?" And Robin is like in his ear and she's like, "Tell him this, tell him that." And then, he makes ooh and ah and laugh and everything. And they're like, "Oh, 4 Mile, join us in Tokyo." "No, it's raining in Tokyo. Come to Beijing." And he's like, no, I'm going to another place. And he ends up jaunting. Well, no, what ends up happening is he goes back to his tent, changes clothes with Robin, and then they join. But what I like here is that, again, with the animal thing, he's like reversed the roles here. When he talks to Robin and he bosses her around, he almost talks to her like the way that you talk to like a dog. When he tells her to do something, he goes, "Go, girl, jaunt, girl, come on, girl." The same way that you'd be like, "Come on, boy," like to a dog. I thought that was like an interesting dynamic there. And it was, it wasn't that big of a deal, but it was just something about his characterization that I was like, oh, he's kind of like, I don't know if he's playing a role or if he's fully transformed into this new thing. But it's interesting that he's approaching people in that way, because it's totally different than he was before.
Yeah, he's using people now instead of kind of letting himself be used.
Yep. Okay. And also, let's touch on the Jack Jaunters real quick, because that is established early on. So what I like here, when he gets involved with quote unquote society, aka the higher classes, a lot of the time these people are pretty much consistently described in like terms that sound almost like robotic or mechanical. Like Prestane is described as having an iron hard exterior. Obviously, his daughter is cold. I think another point, Sheffield, who we'll meet later on, he's cold, he's efficient. And all the higher class people are described in these almost like robotic sounding terms, like they're operating as machines, versus the lower classes, the Jack Jaunters, are described as like animals living in the lower jungle. Like they take drugs that make them feel like animals and everything. There's a lot of stuff I want to touch on here. I'm not sure where we're at in the plot.
That's a good question. Well, I guess we're still at the New Year's Eve party in the plot.
New Year's Eve party, but I guess we're at the New Year's Eve party.
New Year's
funny
Eve is
the whole night of New Year's Eve, they jaunt to like 2 or 3 different places, and then the whole big thing happens at midnight. So I think right, like a little before midnight is when he ends up going to New York and meeting Prestane. But before that, he's been to like one party, and then he jumps to Australia and meets Ben Forrest for reasons that we will get into, and then he goes there. So I think most of it happens in one night.
I thought it went
I could be wrong.
the party with the burning building. Then he goes to the private neighborhood. Then there's the oh shoot, there was something else between that and New Year's, because New Year's is when the big fun exciting part of the plot happens, right? Or am I misremembering?
No, I think you're right if you're referring to the thing that I'm thinking of. But I do believe before that he goes to Australia and meets Ben Forrest, who was a crew member. But yeah, at one point he's gathering info, but he decides, instead of like, oh, come to Tokyo, come to Beijing, come to, Hong Kong. Instead of that, he like shrugs people off and he's like, oh, I'm going to gather my circus. But in the meantime, I'll be in another place and then I'll meet you there later. So he ends up jaunting his whole circus or carrying them on a train across the country and across the world, which again is a show of his wealth. It's a flashy, big new money thing.
Yeah, they explain very early on that basically like an extreme show of wealth was to have like expensive cars carry you around. In an age when you can just literally teleport anywhere, having an expensive vehicle bring you from place to place is like a sign of extreme wealth. And he chose possibly the most expensive means of one person getting around. He bought himself a train. So it's kind of...
And I believe he arrives in the train and everyone is like, is that really him? Is that the crazy half machine man foil? Oh yeah, by the way, he has since had like 50% of his body replaced with cyborg implants and things at this point. I think we totally missed that.
Oh yeah,
we glossed over. He's a cyborg now. And has all this cool tech and stuff.
And there's so much cool stuff with that. Like nowadays, it's kind of like a taken for granted thing that if we had cybernetics, we'd have like computers in our brain. He has like a switch behind his tooth. He has like like an electronic computer board.
Yeah,
and he has
it all works on a switchboard.
Yeah.
Then when he uses it, I think later on we'll probably jump on that and explain it more. But I think the whole idea of like him having the beast within himself, and then even his exterior at this point, he's presenting as kind of mechanical cyborg and everything. It's a really good juxtaposition that shows that he's like, he's harnessed the beast, but he's also kind of advanced in technology and become something greater at this point. But again, it's for his kind of own malevolent purposes, at least for the time being. So for now, I think, does he go to Prestane's party first, or does he meet Ben Forrest, the analog addict, first? That's what I'm mixed up.
Party is last, if I recall correctly.
No, he meets Prestane's party first. He talks to them for a bit there. They then say they're going to jaunt around and they're going to end at Prestane's palace. If you are like,
okay, that's what it is.
So,
you're right.
And then when they go jaunting to Tokyo, that's when he goes to Australia to beat up Ben Forrest and get information about the guys who left him there, and that's what the part we wanted to be at. So, it's the party. Basically the way this party works, chat, is all the rich people, they teleport as the Earth spins with every hour. They teleport to the next part of the Earth, so they're always getting to every New Year's Day party or New Year's Eve party across the world as it happens, which is a fun, clever concept. And it's going to end with...
Now let's
talk... It is a concept let's that real quick. Is repeated in Tower of Glass by I can't remember his name, by Robert Goldberg. Great movie.
Oh, my Silverberg.
Great book. Silverberg, yeah. Different metal.
Yeah, good dude.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. Yeah. Read that book. But anyway, there's a great scene. I don't know if you got it in front of you, if you can pull it up, but the dialogue between Foil/4 Mile and Prestane himself when they meet is a great scene. Like the whole blood and money thing.
I don't have it up. I got the book on screen for the comic.
All right. Well, for Dez, real quick, this is the part where he reveals that he's not actually a member of the Ceres tribe or group or whatever. He just decided, he's like, no, I paid for the name. And people are like, why would you do that? And he goes, for notoriety. Which, again, it just shows this entire...
Like I was saying last week, chap, before we get too far off this part, this is the story of a man going from an animal to a divine. We are at the point where he has surpassed manhood. He's gone from his normal self to become an embodiment of ideas. He's now, like Pop said, society isn't equal to him. It's something he's engaging with on his own terms. He's got machine inside of him. His technology use has become so great, it's part of him now. This is what I was saying last week when you start to see these themes and these ideas come forth. This is where you're seeing it fully come through at this point. He's got a command over all the other rich people. He's already surpassing high society in a way that they can't stop him, that other society members just aren't ready for this. He's using all of his tools available to surpass and move beyond them.
That's right. And it's so interesting because he literally becomes half man, half machine, and with the implants that he has, he can can slow down time, and he becomes this almost
Wait! I want to say something now because you just reminded me. They have a line that I guess I feel like George Lucas had to have seen that because there's literally a line that's like he's more machine than more machine than man now.
I think
Like,
it
they
literally
say
says.
that.
I think it either says like half or more than half. Yeah.
No, they have the direct line that's in episode 4, famously, that Obi-Wan says about Darth Vader, and they say directly that line is talked about for Foil.
I meant in the book. In the book, they say 50% or half or like around half, something like that. But yeah, you're absolutely.
They might. I'm just
No,
saying
I just
same
listened.
line.
I just listened to the audiobook again, like 2 days. Like, you're not going to get one over on me. Like, I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm saying one line. I don't know if you're bringing up another line or what. I'm just bringing up something.
It's in
that
the very
I hope is
early,
cool.
in the very early part where he's like introduced as a buffoon. The physical description of him is something along the lines of 50% of him was now like a cyborg or machine or something. All right, but yes, you're right. Of course,
I'm not
that's the
disagreeing.
thing that
I'm just saying that's
influ-
really cool that George Lucas maybe had a reference to it. I don't know if
I
there's
think
like anything to
sci-fi,
confirm he read it.
sci-fi
It
in
feels like he
general,
had.
probably a lot of
Luke, this
from
book
it.
is right up Lucas's alley. There's no way he didn't read this book.
The fact that
it's
he
one
has
of
the
the.
line is what makes me think that. Like, if there wasn't the line, I'd be like 50-50, but since it's like literally the exact same line, I feel like it has to.
It's a
Gotcha.
super
Okay.
highly revered book in science fiction as well. So like, he
Yeah.
probably read it.
Yep. All right. So he gets in good with the group of people initially, and then he decides, me and you, Robin, let's get our travel clothes on, and we're going to jaunt to Australia to go and meet this guy who he now knows was a crew member on the Vorga named Ben Forrest. Now, here's the interesting thing about Ben Forrest, right? He's this is something that we'll see over and over as he goes and finds the other people that were crew members of the Vorga. He looks at them as these like heartless, you left me to die, you tried to kill me, everything. But it's ironic because these people are not, like, they haven't accomplished anything, they haven't gained anything from doing that. And so what we see with Ben Forrest is that he's actually become this kind of like miserable drug addict. And when we find him, he's like in a beat down shack, like hanging from a ceiling, right? Because he's taken this drug called analog.
What an interesting drug they've got with analog.
Yeah. I love the device of it though, because Foyle, who knows it because he grew up in the gutter, he explains to Robin, analog is a drug that you take, and what it does is it makes you feel like you are whatever type of animal you like, that you think is cool or that you idolize or that you wish to be like in some way. And this dude Ben Forrest becomes Python, which is interesting. And I remember I tried to look up some of the symbolism behind this, and I think the whole scene could be interpreted in a lot of ways, because what ends up happening is Foyle kind of just beats him up, sobers him up. They jaunt onto the beach. Do they jaunt or do they just go out? It doesn't matter. So he chases him out along the beach, and he... Here's one thing. So when Foyle, quote-unquote, interrogates these Vorga crew members, he recites the same lines over and over when he like questions them. He does like this poetic recitation, and he says like, on September 15th you passed the wreck of the Vorga, your sister ship. Vorga passed her by, left her to drift and die. Why did Vorga pass her by? Why did you leave me there to die? And I was like, that's interesting. He does this kind of recitation of a poem, because we see poems a lot. Actually, they talk, actually, Tomo Bedlam, the poem, is quoted at the beginning of part 2, but I totally forgot to mention that. Yeah, look up Tomo Bedlam, the poem. It's Robert Bloom called it the best anonymous poem written ever in the English language, so look that up. But it's not as relevant right now. All right, so what ends up happening is that they track down Forrest, who is literally on this drug, as they find him. And so he sees himself as this python. He's like hanging from the ceiling. And I remember he tells Robin, he goes, don't touch him. He'll crush you. And
yeah,
so
it's kind of interesting. Something about you said something earlier about him finding these people in wretched states, and I think there's definitely something about the fact that he finds this first guy. I mean, he could have chosen any animal, but he chooses a snake, a like vile creature. Just something that for most people, the sight of just immediately is like, ugh, because it's a snake.
I'll touch on it more as far as the thoughts that I had of like how it should be symbolically interpreted or interpreted how it should be interpreted as far as how Foyle deals with them. I feel like when we get to Kempsey, it's going to show that in a lot more explicit detail. But what I thought was interesting was that it's not snake. Well, he calls it a snake. He goes, "Oh, he must have been I think he says queer. He goes, he must have been queer for snakes." But what's interesting to me was that in the narrator calls it a python. He doesn't say a snake, and I was like, "Well, there's got to be a difference there, right? Python versus just a regular snake." So I think there's a lot of different interpretations that could be made. But what ends up happening is that Foyle, as he's interrogating him, he's like almost waterboarding, like he's holding his head under the water of the beach and everything, and the guy is trying to answer him, but he keeps dunking his head back in, and he can't even get a word out. And he's like, he's so mad
and torturing than
right.
getting the answer out of him.
Yeah.
But what I realized now that again could be a total stretch, but I want to find a way to relate this back to the Greek mythology. So, so Python originally comes from the Greek name for a giant underground snake monster that was at the time alleged to live underneath and kind of have control of the island of what was then Pytho and then later became Delphi. Like if you guys know about the Oracle, it's an interesting history behind that island. So what happened was that the god Apollo was angry with the Python because he had been mistreating his mother Gaia, the Mother Earth, right? Apollo's mother. And so I thought, well, so what ends up happening is that Apollo he slays the Python, and then he takes over the island, renames it Delphi and everything. He conquers it. And I thought that was interesting that he used Python specifically when Python comes from that myth, because here we see a guy who envisions himself as a Python being, conquered and killed by Foyle, who may, in my personal interpretation, represent Apollo in this scene, because what is Apollo's job as the god of the sun? He rides a flaming chariot across the sky every day, and he drags Helios / the Titan sun god behind him. And what we see every time that he encounters one of these crew members, and it happens here for the first time, is the Burning Man comes up behind him. This burning counterpart to himself follows him everywhere. And I thought that was really interesting because he almost is like Apollo slaying the snake, slaying the python, and then this burning counterpart appears behind him. And I know that's a bit of a stretch. I feel like that's it could be interpreted in different ways, but my issue was that everything that like a python represents as far as like predatory behavior, strength, besides maybe like speaking poison into your ear to give you bad ideas and make you have bad habits, and the things that Foyle does that are kind of like putting himself in dangerous situations and not caring about the danger. Like that, well, I feel like a lot of the things that apply to a python symbolically would apply to Foyle rather than Forrest here. So I thought the Greek symbolism was the closest one that I could get as a parallel.
And also there's the thought of like the way a python kills things, it squeezes the life out of them kind of slowly. And that's how he almost killed Foyle.
Yeah. When Foyle's carrying him out to the beach, it literally is mentioned. He's like, he was wrapped around him, squeezing him as hard as he could and everything.
No. I mean, like, when he was left on the ship, he almost died a very, very slow, not great sort of ending.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
And this guy.
I bet. Did something happen?
No, I think it just dropped out for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. So that was the one more thing I forgot to mention was that the fact that the python disrespected Apollo's mother the same way that, let's say, Ben Forrest and the crew of the Vorga disrespected the quote-unquote mother/womb, as Neil Gaiman put it, of the Nomad, is again more or less a parallel. The way that he was like born from the wreck of the Nomad here. It was like his mother. So I thought that was interesting. It's just another parallel that I tried to stretch out and draw.
Mm.
So I think I can help you crack this python problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead, please, please. It took me forever.
Sorry. So the python represents an apex predator. It is one of the, if not the most powerful, like things on this earth. They're man eaters. They're man killers. A lot of other animals are afraid of men. Pythons are really not when they get big enough. And this one is a big python. It's been crushing, squeezing the life out of people forever. I don't want to spoil it, but remember what this crew did? The terrible things that they did. This character being a Python makes a lot of sense, especially how they view
Oh, you're
themselves
right. Yeah.
after what they did. Now, this goes into my theme of Foil here becoming beyond the normal, like the man. A normal man would lose to a Python in a fight. You're not going to win a Python fight. I'm sorry, guys. But Foil, he's beyond that. He does win. Because he's more than
Foil
a man.
will.
He's moving into the next category thing. That is why he gets the spark of divinity to show up for the first time really here. It showed up a bit before, but it's been literally off screen. This is the first time he sees the divine, like the power of the divine manifest before him. The burning man shows up. This shows Foil for the first time. Hang on a second. You've been in the background the whole time, but now you're here manifesting in front to me. This is hugely important for later on. Again, the themes of what we're building upon here. However, unfortunately, this is the dead end with this guy. They go through forest, and Gully realizes he doesn't have that many crew members he can squash before he runs out of them.
It's very close to a dead end, but Robin ends up saving his butt later. But we'll get into that when it happens. What? Shoot. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, by the way, fellas, as the animal guy, I have handled venomous snakes, exotic animals, constrictors in the past. What you want to do, if, God forbid, you ever are latched onto and wrapped around by a constrictor, usually what they'll do is they'll pick a spot, usually on your shoulder or something, because that's where idiots hold them. They'll latch on with their teeth, and then they'll start wrapping around you. What you want to do is find something else for them to wrap around, whether it's a chair, a table leg, something like that. Because what they want to do is just constrict. At that point, they're running on autopilot, essentially. They're latched onto you, but they're going to wrap around whatever's the closest thing to wrap around. So please do not ever try to handle big snakes alone. It's going to be painful. They will be biting you. But what you want to do is wrap them around the leg of a chair, the leg of a table, or just whatever you have. Have them wrap around that, and the other person pull them off of you as you slowly spin around. All right. So there are ways to survive Python attacks, but obviously that's not the method that Foil needs here. But I wanted to say that just because.
I have to say on a reference level, it's very bold of the author to reference Hideo Kojima with Metal Gear Solid 5 with the Burning Man from that game. About like 60 years before that game came out. It was really a bold move.
Extremely brave.
Very impressive, very striking.
Before his time.
Very striking. True, really before his time. Quite literally.
All right, man. But yeah, what I liked about it was that Foil, he couldn't have survived something like that if it wasn't for the mechanical kind of cyborg enhancements that he had. So what's interesting about them too is that they almost make him into like an even more powerful predator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does become like truly a turbo badass. He has some very entertaining fight scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
there's some good action scenes in this book.
Yeah.
But anyway,
right,
so
yeah,
he beats that guy to death. He really does him in.
And the only word that the guy can, he's like, why did you pass her by? Were you on the ship and everything? He's like, tell me who else was there. And the guy's like choking on salt water. He can't breathe. He's about to die. And he gets out one syllable. He says, Kemp. Right? And so far, the only hint that we have is that we think there's a guy out there named Kemp. And after that, what happens is he sees the Burning Man, and Foil looks up, and he's like, what was that? And Robin says something that I think is pretty potent. She goes, that was you, burning in hell. And now, here's the interesting thing. I think the Burning Man serves kind of a double meaning, as we'll see later on when it kind of actually is like an ex machina / guardian angel. For now, what we don't exactly know what it is. This is the first time we see it, and all we know is that it is a.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, so far, what we know is it's a reflection of Foil. So Foil sees himself on fire. That's what he sees, like floating over the water and floating near him and everything. And he doesn't know what it is. It's just a thing that looks like it's horrified and in pain. And Robin goes, "That's you. That was you burning in hell." And here's an interesting character moment for Foyle that again shows his kind of single-minded desire / will. He goes, "Maybe it is, but I don't care. I'm going to keep going. And they can burn in hell with me. You know, the wreck of the Vorga can burn in hell with me." And it really shows how determined he is. So I like that scene and I wanted to mention it. And then I think that's when we get to the New Year's Eve party with Pristane, or at Pristane's place, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he goes and he questions these guys all on New Year's Eve. He does this like bam, 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 bam. And then he goes to Pristane's place.
Yeah, I think talk with the other people in questions too.
Is there another? Does he go to the Spanish Stairs before?
I think is the Spanish Stairs next, or is that the?
Because what it is
Yeah,
he
goes to the Spanish Stairs before.
He sees Forrest, and then he goes to the Spanish Stairs, and then he goes to quote unquote.
Shanghai.
Well, he goes to
tell everybody, "Hey,
he goes to the moon."
I'll meet you guys at Pristine.
Okay.
Yeah. I think afterwards is when he goes to the moon. Yeah, so he ends up going to this place in Rome, Italy. Rome, Italy, not Rome, Georgia. Rome, Italy, called the Spanish Stairs. And there's an interesting moment beforehand where the scene is set by good old Alfred Bester, and he describes kind of the history of the Spanish Stairs because they've been destroyed twice. The Spanish Stairs were constant, the headquarters of vice, and there was pimps and all these people, and people are always selling drugs and trying to steal money and everything. And the way that the Spanish Stairs multiple times have been destroyed and rebuilt, and now they've been made into like solid crystal. They're not supposed to get destroyed again. What that represents with the vice happening on them is that they represent the way that like human nature is always kind of on the lower classes going to kind of be geared towards scamming people and getting into vice and committing crime and doing generally morally bad things. But the Spanish Stairs represent that in the way that they've endured and been rebuilt, and they kind of are never going away, right? So here he's looking for a guy called Angelo Poggi. That's an Italian name. But here's one thing I needed clarification on. Because when he meets Angelo Poggi, he actually meets a guy whose name is Yang Yavel. And I had a question, which was Yang Yavel actually on the ship and faking the name, or did he fake the name of a guy who already died so that he could trap Foyle? Because I wasn't sure. It was just something about it.
He took the name of the guy after he had died.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Well, that plays into
Here's the line. Plays 6 weeks of tedious assumption of the identity of one Angelo Poggi, chef's assistant off the Vorga, long dead, was finally paying off. That's Captain Yovel.
There we go. Yeah. So Yang Yavel. Now this guy's an interesting character.
Mm-hmm.
He works for the intelligence that we heard briefly of in the last episode in part 1. And so his deal is he wants to use the name Angelo Poggi because they figured out in intelligence that now he's hunting down these people, or they assume that he's going to want to, see what's up with them. And so he takes on the name of somebody from the crew who's already passed away, the chef on the Vorga, a guy named Poggi, who is Italian, and he hangs out on the Spanish Stairs in Rome. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, this plays into the same thing that I said before, where when he hunts these people down, they're not, he's not hunting down people who are like, loud and proud of what they've done. Like this is a guy, he literally, he's dead. Like he had nothing to gain from what the Vorga did, which again plays into what we see as he develops the conscience that Robin kind of gives him.
Mm-hmm. Everyone he finds is kind of already broken.
Yeah.
They're all completely broken at this point.
We'll get into that more because the last two of them are like gone broken. These two are, this guy's not even the same guy. But Poggi, aka Yang Yavel, is an intelligence agent who he's the only one. He's the only one out of these quote unquote crew members, because he's not really a crew member, who keeps his composure around Foyle. and kind of reads him and knows what to do. So let's talk about this scene a little bit, because he ends up purchasing information from him, right?
Yeah, he buys it for 10 cents or 10 credits each. He asks him several questions, and he gets much further with him than he had with anybody else, and that's because his brain isn't fucked with.
And there's one more thing it's mentioned here, and it again applies to the way that we said last time, like religion was outlawed. So religious symbols are. Yeah, Robin is the one who tells Foyle, hey, don't say Christ. Like, do you even know what that means? He goes, what? It's just a curse word. And then she's like, no, that's a 2,000-year-old powerful packed religious word that used to mean a lot. You can't just throw those words around like Jesus Christ and everything. And then we see, I think it's either Yavel or somebody that he runs into before him on the Spanish stairs, because he's paying people, being like, where's Angelo Poggi? 10 credits to the first guy to bring me to Poggi. And somebody offers him like a pornographic thing. And he's like, look, women kissing the cross, religious symbols, get you excited. And it's like religion has become pornographic in this setting. And I thought that was a total, it's not really that relevant to the main plot, but it was a total interesting kind of like reversal that he did. The way that now religious symbols have become like these graphic things that are like disapproved of and looked at the same way that we would look at, say, like, I don't know, some bad behavior. Yeah.
Remind you of anyone, kid?
Yeah.
I know. It reminds me, Des. Yes, if he doesn't want to answer.
I'm glad that literally someone. Look, I'm just saying, you know who, right?
Anyway.
Yeah, all right, dude. All right. So what ends up happening is that Yang Yavel, who secretly is this undercover intelligence agent posing as the chef from the Vorga, he has many of his men posted around the Spanish stairs, and he's like, "This is our guy, Foyle. Like, I think we're gonna get him here." And so he sends the signal, but Foyle realizes now that he speaks multiple languages due to his hypno training. He speaks enough Italian. He goes, well, this man, something about his Italian is off. This man's not really Italian. I think he's a spy. Something
no,
like
Robin. Robin is there, and she tells him he's not Italian.
Oh, she tells him. Okay.
Because she's the best character. Again.
But they notice something in his speech or his mannerisms, and it clicks in his head, and immediately now he's trying to escape, and Yang Yavel's men all trying to jump him. And they get him, and he's about to have his face revealed on the CCTV cameras, but I don't know what they're called back in the day. But they had cameras and everything. But what happens is now the Burning Man takes the role of a quote-unquote, savior, guardian angel type of thing, rather than a prediction of him burning in hell, because what it does is it appears and it actually saves him. The fire and the explosion and everything actually breaks the cameras, and they're able to get away, which I thought was an interesting thing. Good function for the Burning Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because part of it is they're like, wait, if he's there, then who's this guy? If I recall correctly.
The Burning Man. Look, the Burning Man. But that's
there you go.
Young Yorville whispered. He's staring at these two guys right next to each other.
Yep, and I think after they leave, he goes, I don't know. I think that was our man. I think that was Foyle. He's like, I'm not sure which, I don't know who it was.
Yeah, how can there be two Foyles?
I just saw.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
The mystery deepens.
All right. So after that, then they go to the big party at Pristain's, right?
Let's see. Yes, that right after that scene, they go to the big party at Pristain's.
Excellent.
And this is where he actually meets Pristain. He talks to a bunch of nobodies. Well, not nobodies. Very, very rich and wealthy people who are somebodies in the story. But to him, they're nobodies. It's not really important. And then he goes and he meets Pristain himself. And as soon as he sees him, he has to like...
We skipped the Chinese man. Did we skip the Chinese man, didn't we? Hong Kong, the third...
I think that may have been before. Let's.
What are you talking about, Des? The only time that the Chinese are mentioned is in the Yang Yavo scene on the Spanish Stairs.
There's the. Maybe I'm thinking about the guy on the.
No, there's Dr. Sergei Orel.
That's a
Okay, that
Russian,
might be.
which again is explicit.
Yeah.
Des, you're really screwing us up here, man.
Yeah. What about it? What about it?
Yeah, like,
So
I'm trying
basically, he finds another guy before he finds the captain, the police captain who's hunting him. And the other guy also similarly has nothing to say. He figures out through this guy, however, because what happened to the guy before and what happened to this guy is that they both just perished. He wasn't. I mean, he was drowning the other guy a little bit, admittedly.
Yeah.
But he didn't drown him fully. He just perished. And same with this guy. And it's the second guy who dies that makes Foyle realize that they have a hypnotic trigger built into their mind where if they talk about it, they die. They perish. So
that's another
in Hong Kong though, or am I mistaken with that one?
It's the Sergei Oral. Sergei Oil. I forget what exactly his function was, but it's the same thing. It's a dead end, and so he is arguing with Robin, and Robin is like, "You're killing these people," and he goes, "No, I made him kill himself." And here's a moment where Robin plays the role of a conscience. She goes, how does that make sense? But then, he objectively explains it to her, and he goes, they got a chip in their brain, some sort of trigger. If they try to talk about, whatever, then their heads explode or something happens. They just kind of die.
They slump over dead. Yeah, their hearts.
So So what happens is Sergei Oil. I keep saying Oil. Sergei Oil. His office, the Burning Man appears again, I think, outside the window, and the office catches on fire. And so as they're trying to beat out the fire, Robin sees a certain piece of paper that's a letter written to Sergei Oral, which we will touch on later.
Mm-hmm. And she takes it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes to the party. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
I'm just saying. I was like, we're missing somebody. I think.
Yeah, no, I knew there was 3 people. I'm like these. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, you're like giving me crap. I'm like, we're missing somebody. Wait a second.
Yeah.
There's a third person.
Yeah, my bad. On record, yeah, my bad, Des.
So something interesting when he meets 4 Mile is that he describes 4 Mile as reserved and indomitable, and himself or Foyle as detached and compelled. And he describes them both, Bester does, as a pair of brazen statues at white heat on the verge of running molten. That's their very first meeting, their very first eye to eye. They're doing an anime stare down.
This is another scene where Pristine gets described as having the basilisk eyes and the basilisk smile, which again shows that he's like kind of a manipulative serpent. But at the same time, Foyle in his own head, he sees the quote-unquote iron hard exterior, and he's like, this guy, I could learn something from him, the way that he's able to compose himself and control himself, even though you can kind of tell he's got these like kind of darker intentions within.
Yeah. Iron gray, handsome, and smiling his basilisk smile is how we're introduced to Pristine in this scene.
So they talk for a little bit.
That's a great description, because it tells you a lot about the character, both the character's character and the person, how they look. Iron gray refers to his hair. He's an older man, so he's got iron gray hair. He's handsome. He has a handsome exterior in general, but also he's a handsome person. But he's smiling a basilisk smile, and just like Pop said, there's clearly something ruthless underneath, and the iron gray kind of weaves into that as well. It's a good description. Good, very short few words that tell you a lot about this person.
Oh, yeah.
Everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Aspiring authors take notes. That's how you do it, man. Really, we learned a lot about that guy just from him shaking hands with our protagonist. And then they talk for a little bit, and they kind of joke around, and it's a great back and forth. Where he's like, "Are you really from Ceres, from the tribe Ceres?" He goes, "No, I bought my way in. I bought the name for 40,000 credits or something," and everyone's like, 40,000. This guy's rich. This guy's blowing his money again, gaining notoriety, looking like a clown in front of people as a public image, as a mask. And then they say their shared interests are blood and money. And Pristane likes him so much. He's like, 4 Mile, you are a man after my own heart. If I'm not careful, I might have to, adopt you into my own family. And he's like, oh, I think we'll have relations, which is a good foreshadowing thing as far as his intentions go, but not the actual thing.
What he says is, "You're too late. I've already adopted you," which I think is a great reaction.
Yeah,
it's really he's big dicking him, really.
it's very much in like the style of like the character he's putting on. It's really great.
He's being,
and then he's like, "Here, come bang my daughter."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
he wants to introduce him, not pay them.
So I think he says Foyle says to Pristane, he's like, oh, we'll have relations. And he goes, what kind of relations? And Foyle's like, well, blood relations, which is a good line. And then, he's like, oh, well, you have to meet, my daughter, the Princess Olivia, Lady Olivia, who was a great character. And now we can finally talk about her, because I got a few things on her about why I really like what she represents in her personality.
And talk about a character being described as robotic, right?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
She was a snow maiden, an ice princess with coral eyes and coral lips, imperious, mysterious, unattainable. Foyle looked at her once and lowered his eyes in confusion before the blind gaze that could only see him as electromagnetic waves and infrared light. It's just like a fascinating little bit. Like, once again, very few words, but gives you everything you kind of need to know about her.
Yeah. Now, here's what's important, because in Olivia, Foyle has essentially, quote unquote, met his match, in more than one way, in that she can contend with him kind of on a verbal level. She's really the only one who is never kind of disturbed by him or bothered by him. She kind of is disregarding, dismissive of him, at least in this first interaction. But what I like about her, firstly, as the Ice Princess, he's the tiger who burns bright, and she's the Ice Princess. So they're opposites on that regard, but also what we see a little later on is the kind of icy exterior melting away here and there to reveal what she has as a fiery passion underneath. We'll get to that. But what I liked about her, give me just a second to find this in my notes, because when we first meet her, first of all, another thing is that she is blind, right? Which is awesome for him as an advantage.
And albino.
Please.
She's kind of blind.
So the important thing about her being blind and him falling in love with her, which he does immediately, which kind of gets dropped on us, but he falls in love with her at first sight. And the interesting thing is that he's got this hideous thing under his face that he's trying to hide, and now he meets this blind girl, and so he's like, she can't see it, but she's beautiful. I'm in love with her. We can be together. It's like an ideal matchup as far as he is aware of, which is why it's so frustrating to him when she just is dismissive of him. She kind of holds his hand for a moment. She's like, would you please go away? Because she's the only one who can kind of see through him, but also not see what he is, just on a frightening physical level with the stigmata. Another thing with her, because she's quote unquote blind, I know she's not quite blind. She can see electromagnetic waves and things like that,
which is an infrared.
So she can see veins in people's bodies or something like that. It's interesting, but she can't quite see the real world as it is to us.
Well, she doesn't see the world as we see it, but she does see it. The important thing is she can see technically, because she can see she can see people. She just sees them very differently. Because
she sees the heat waves radiating off of people's bodies.
Exactly.
Well, let me jump on this again as a parallel to the Greek myths. Now, this is something that you'll see. Bester did not necessarily straight rip this from Greek, because this is a trope that has been used ever since, I think, Oedipus or maybe Orpheus, is the idea of a blind seer, like a Tiresias character. It's somebody who is blind, but also is kind of clairvoyant, and through their blindness, through their intellect that they have to develop because of their disadvantage with, the lack of vision, they can see things that other people can't see, which again is something that she represents here, almost like a blind seer, a Tiresias character. So I really liked her being blind, because on a lot of ways it works as far as how they interact and the way that she sees the world. It really, really is important to her character.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's very
I,
important to her character.
I don't remember if she says it now or a little bit later, but she also like is like screw off, like you're not like I don't care about you, like please go, like I know you see
Yeah, no,
yourself as like all
that's in this
this
scene
and not
because what
to help the
we
blind woman,
see
but, like screw off.
we see later that she's wearing a mask kind of the same way that he is by disguising herself as kind of the helpless ice princess who like needs to be saved. We see later on that she has a lot of like fire and will and passion within her, but in this scene she's basically sitting up on a pedestal with I think the direct word used is suitors if you want to go by the actual book, but he walks up to her, he kisses her hand, and he's like so entranced by her beauty that he doesn't hear her speaking. And it's like he did not hear, he was so entranced that he didn't hear himself being dismissed or something, and he keeps trying to like get back in a conversation with her, and like three times she's like, please, you've been dismissed. And eventually she I think she straight up says to him, she goes like, I'll call you smart, I'll call you cunning, I'll do whatever you want as long as you just go away. and,
Yeah.
and so he steps away and he's like, B word, B word, B word. He's like, what's wrong with me? How did I mess this up? I got no riz.
The thing that she has people around her, I believe it's kind of almost similar to Foyle himself, where basically her father basically has people surround her just to like keep her company, because part of
maybe
described with
um
is that she like has to be very protective of her.
here's my issue with that. I do think in that scene it's described that she's surrounded by quote unquote suitors. If anyone can pull up the book and find that quote, and then later on here's the problem that I'm trying to get right with you. Later on, I think she does say like, I'm my own woman, my dad doesn't need to take care of me, and she does kind of go out on her own.
I know she definitely does say that, but her father absolutely covers her and talks about protecting her, which is a big part of why she does what she does.
Okay.
But
I got you.
My point is, it might be suitors. I could be wrong about that. But even in the previous scene, I don't think it was suitors that were talking to her. I think her dad just has people come to her to entertain her just because.
It says she was seated on a dais, surrounded by admirers, specifically.
Yeah,
admirers.
I think the admirers are. It wasn't admirers. Might be what's described as both of them, but I think it's people to basically entertain her. Is what the admirers.
Either way, yeah. Pristane is explicitly protective of her, especially directly to Foyle later on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially because again, that's a theme of the book, especially like we talked about, like you guys talked about, I should say, with Jizz last time. That's reinforced.
Speaking of Jizz,
I don't know what you could mean by that. Jizz is dead.
Hang on. Speaking of Jizz, she reappears. She miraculously reappears in this scene, right?
Holy crap.
So he goes away. And he's like cursing to himself, and he's like kind of like, I got no riz. This stinks. Why couldn't I get the ice princess to immediately fall in love with me? What's wrong with me? So he's frustrated for a little bit, and then he's approached by Dagenham himself, which is interesting. So he finds Dagenham. Dagenham shakes his hand and is like, "Hey, how you doing?" Everything like that. You're 4 Mile. You're the notorious guy. That's interesting. And so he's like talking in his head. He's like, "Oh, thank goodness he doesn't recognize me. This guy who kept me in prison, who was after me, he doesn't recognize me." But who comes up behind Dagenham? Jizz.
Dagenham is like, "Hey, here's my assistant. Come meet. Look, it's Foyle. Look at this guy." And then it's Jizz comes up.
Yeah, so Jizz comes up and immediately Foyle, he runs away. He goes and ducks into another room. He starts to hide, and he's closes the door behind him, and he goes into this restricted area where it's please clear the premises. There's an announcement, and then he hears the door open and close.
Was there an announcement, or was it? I think he was one of the Mr. What's the thing?
No,
it might have been. It doesn't actually say.
Okay.
There was a pause, and then a canned voice spoke courteously. You've invaded a private portion of this residence. Please retire. And then it just says that over and over and over again while he gets a hold of himself.
That's why I thought it was
Okay.
like an announcement, like, you know, this is a non-smoking area.
It could be. It could be an announcement. It could be a robot standing around. We don't get anything specific. It just says a canned voice says this. I would imagine myself that it's an announcement. It's just coming from a speaker on the wall.
I
But
was
that's just how I
thinking it was
personally imagine it.
what's the guys they like basically have in every
Presto,
shop?
Mr. Presto. Yeah, no,
I was thinking of it like a Mr. Presto.
no. A Mr. Presto would
It would be
operate
weird if
like-
it was.
That would be like a Mr. Smith from the Matrix. He would like go up to you and like detain you. Yeah, he'd like escort you back out. It wouldn't be just a voice.
Well,
They
they'd probably give
they
you,
run
like,
all the shop.
a can.
But yeah, I feel like it would be like the thing in Glass Onion where it's like, this is a smoke-free garden, and he's like, oh shit. Like, oh, sorry.
Mhm.
But yeah, so
Yeah, pretty
anyway,
much.
he turns around, the door has been opened, and who is there approaching behind him is Gisbella. And here's an interesting moment for him and Gisbella is she's like, you know, I forget what she says, but he's like, you know, hey, it's Gisbella, what's up? And she's like, yeah, what's up? And she's actually surprised at how composed he is and the fact that he's not acting like an animal anymore. He does have the ability to control himself, and she's almost impressed by it. And then he
Also-
impresses her even more by like, you know, putting her on the spot and going, hey, how about a dance?
But
Yeah,
to be
what do you
clear,
got?
also, just because we kind of covered up, like his face does show when like he realizes Gisbelle is there, which is why he runs away.
He runs away before it can show on his face, and he has to
Right,
calm himself
but that's
down.
what the point of him running away was to hide.
Yeah.
because he was feeling the passion and stuff.
So they go out for a dance and they talk for a little bit, and she's almost like, you know, I'm impressed with you that you're able to control yourself to this extent and not be, you know, an animal as you were in the last time. And then they talk for a bit, and she tells him, you know, don't worry, I haven't told Dagenham that that 4 Mile is foil, that you're foil. And
Oh no, actually, it's more interesting because the whole
Yeah,
dance
go
goes
ahead.
on, and they talk about like, you know, what's your plan? I think they talk a bit about they talk about a couple of things, and then at the end of the dance, I think she says something like, "Aren't you going?" Because he thinks that he's like, "Oh, the whole dance." He's like, "Well, might as well have the dance because I'm screwed." She like Dagenham knows.
Oh, wait.
And part of the thing is he's like waiting and waiting and waiting. At some point, he's like, "So like, when's Dagenham gonna come?" And
Yeah,
she's
when's
like,
the other shoe?
"Oh, I was gonna."
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I would have told him if you had tried to convince me, if you tried to bribe me, if you said we'll get back together and it'll be great. If you said any of those things, I would have sold you out. But you didn't. You still want to do this, and you're doing this alone, and you know, and because of that, I'm not gonna tell him. You're off. You're free. Have fun.
So it's a weird kind of like, you know, respect among thieves or whatever you'd call it. But,
Yeah, kind of like that. Or like even just respect that. Like I think he might say that. No, I remember. She says, I don't want Dagenham going to the same like
So
bad place.
Oh,
that
you're going
you
down the same
are.
path. You're right. Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
he says.
Which by the way is important to mention, because this is the point, and I know I brought it up without really giving it too much context, but this is the scene where she reveals to Foyle that she actually had a deal made up with Dagenham back in
From
the
the
prison
start.
where they were together, let's say. And so Dagenham and her have been you know, sleeping together basically. But yeah, so she from that point kind of does have some sort of compassion for Dagenham. But yeah, Des is right. That's the scene where she goes, I don't want him to follow the same path of destruction that you're on. I don't want him to have to go through, you know, the same, like, I don't want him to become a monster the way that you did. Right?
If I recall correctly, this is also where she mildly reveals to him. I think this is the first point. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where he finds out there's something more than just the money, because this is where
Pyre?
the Pyre. I think this is where Pyre
this
might
is
get
where he
mentioned.
finds out.
Because like if it was nothing, because she mentions like, yeah, they're looking for something more, and that's why she
wait.
yeah, I don't want him going down this path because the path.
Well, why didn't you tell him after I ran out on you? Because I don't want him to go into hell with you. I'm not talking about Vorga. I mean something else. Pyre.
That's why they hunted you. That's what they're after. 20 pounds of pyre. What's that? When you got the safe open, was there a small box of it made of ILI, inert lead isomer? What was inside? 20 slugs that looked like compressed iodine crystals. And that's kind of the first time we know what pyre is. Like, we kind of lay eyes on it, so to speak.
On a
right
physical
here.
level, yes. But she, so she's aware of it because I do think there's a brief scene where, like, she's in bed with Dagenham and they just talk and he's kind of just like, be quiet, shit is stressful. I'm cursing.
But I could
Is
be
it?
wrong.
But anyway.
No, I know that's later. I know that's later because I know the scene you're talking about, and we'll get to it.
Yeah, you're probably right because this is when it's revealed that they were together in the dance scene. Okay, my bad. My bad again.
Important in that scene. There's something. No, that's a good scene to bring up.
So,
not now. That's good. There's an important thing in that scene.
So what we learn here is that he has the pyre, but he doesn't know what it is. He thinks it's just some random substance, and he goes, I even sent it to my lab, or I sent it to someone and paid it for lab testing, but they couldn't figure out what it was. I've got some of it in my own lab now, and I've been running tests, but so far no results. So far pyre, despite being probably kind of obviously a MacGuffin here, we still don't quite know what it is, and our characters still don't quite know what it is. But then is this when the bomb happens? After the dance?
This is
right after the dance. Yep.
Yeah.
He goes outside. He finds the gal. He finds Olivia once more. And
I love the bomb scene.
Yeah, it's a really good scene.
All right. So what happens here is, so the inner planets and the outer planets in the backdrop of the story to this point have been at war. This is the part where the war pretty much meets our main characters head on and becomes their problem. So over the New Year's party, right as the clock strikes midnight, and you think there's going to be, ding dong, pots and pans, fireworks, celebration.
There are fireworks.
The bombs drop. Oh, yes. Right? So everyone starts jaunting away. It becomes one of the biggest mass population moving events, because now everyone except for the jack jaunters and the people who can't jaunt have pretty much abandoned New York. But Foyle is looking for Olivia, the new love of his life, his new ice princess. And he finds her in the garden. All right.
Something else that's interesting is that they do describe, like, they're shooting down the missiles, but if even like 5, I don't remember how many they say hit, but it's basically there's enough missiles that they're getting through the defenses that are.
Yeah, they saturate
this is a huge, powerful bombing, and I will give a biblical parallel here, because what I immediately thought of this was, because we're at a big New Year's Eve party with all these rich people. I almost, like, in my own interpretation, my first thought was like, oh, this is like some sort of like divine providence from the skies raining down, destruction upon this decadent society, these decadent people who have, kind of been self-aggrandizing and selfish and gone against, I don't know, the word of God or something. But what's interesting is that later on, my thoughts were confirmed. My thoughts were confirmed multiple times. Because when he goes out to meet Olivia, what does she say? She says to him, she goes, come out, come and see, come and watch Armageddon. Now, Armageddon, that's an explicit reference. All right. So that's awesome. Let me see. So they have a whole moment there where now Olivia can see the lights. She can see patterns in the sky, but she can't quite see what it is. And what's interesting, too, we'll keep this in mind, she can see the blood tiger, the pattern on his face, despite the fact that it's not there in real life. She can see through him because of her weird abilities and see that. But there's a
the very first moment she meets him, she can see that he's a monster.
That's revealed at the end, because I think at the end of this conversation that they have, she's like, oh yeah, I can see the tiger.
Mm-hmm. But what she says here is she's like asking him, she's like, talk to me, tell me what you see up there. And she's like, what are these? They look like fireworks. And he's like, those are anti-aircraft missiles. Right? He's telling, so she's giving him these like fanciful kind of subjective views on things, and he's telling her, no, like, this is what it is. And she's like, why don't you see things the way that I do? Come and see the beauty of, the stars falling and everything. And he doesn't see things the same abstract way that she does. But as he's describing these things to her, being like, no, that there is a bomb that went off. That's not a firework. That's not a falling star. That's a plane that got shot down or something. So he's being very objective with her, and she has a great quote where she goes, "Do you see how much better you are as Galileo than Galahad?" And I love that.
I was gonna say, there's something that's also missing, is that, like, at the beginning of the conversation, he's like, come on, we gotta go now. You can't jaunt because you have the infrared thing. We gotta jaunt now. And she's like, no. Like, you can jaunt if you want, but, like,
this is another,
we're watching this.
So, it plays into the idea that
a coward for wanting to run, and, like, we're watching the missile.
It's her as one, and also, it's also her being like, she's like almost willing to die in order to take in this, like, what she sees as a beautiful spectacle, which again plays into the idea of when Armageddon allegedly is going to happen, as per the Bible. The people who are faithful, who are true to themselves, and who know who they are, will be taken up into the heavens, and they have nothing to worry about. Versus the sinners, the decadent people, the other members of the party, should run and hide because judgment is coming for them. And she almost is like, yeah, I don't care. Beam me up, Scotty. I'm good.
Yeah, she does not care if she dies.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting thing. But the whole thing of Galileo versus Galahad, again, that's another line where it's like, it's very simple, but there's a lot of symbolism behind it, or references behind it. So we know about Galahad. We've done the Knights of the Round Table stream. And so Foyle is not Galahad. He is not a knight in shining armor. He is not inclined toward romance at all. And I mean, that's evidenced by kind of the impulsive things that he's done to a lot of women so far. But as far as Galileo, I love that she calls him Galileo rather than Galahad, because what he is like, he for the whole story has been looking to the stars. He's been analyzing the scene to this point kind of scientifically as far as what's in front of him. And obviously he's been like reaching to the stars and kind of ascending to greater heights and achieving greater status throughout the story to this point. So I thought that was a great line as far as like a simple thing that actually has a lot behind it. So I wanted to talk about that real quick.
I don't know if we mentioned this, speaking about how he treats women. He kind of like not sells women, but he kind of rents women as well as part of his circus.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, he is not improved morally whatsoever. Like, that's the interesting thing, is he doesn't become a better person, like, throughout all of this. I mean, he kind of does, but not exactly. And it's
to this point, no.
Interesting.
Yeah. To this point, no, he has not.
No,
but yeah, you sure brought that up when I said that, like, he basically took up the place that, like, the guy Baker with the zoo had before. He's like almost like switched the roles around, where now he's Baker and he looks at the people as like objects, like commodities. Yeah. But yeah, everywhere he goes, he's got an entourage of like a bunch of women behind him. Yeah, that's in there. Yeah. Okay, so now here's another scene where again we see him not being Galahad, not being a knight in shining armor. He wants to run away. He doesn't want to rescue her. He's like, come on, we only have so much time to jaunt. And she's like, nah, it's too late.
No, that is him being Galahad. That's him pretending to be Galahad. And that's why she says you're not Galahad. Stop pretending to be it. Because
she's like, we need to go. We need to get out of here and be safe.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to be the knight in shining armor. And she's like, absolutely not. We're watching this. You're not going. You can go, but I'm not going.
All right, yeah, my mistake. So what happens after that is that she gives him this whole kind of diatribe about, like, it's the subtext is like, I like you because you're different from these other suitors, because you're not a knight in shining armor, because you are your own man. You're you're your own fiery, powerful beast. And there's a quote where she says, "Don't win me over, destroy me," which is very interesting. This is the scene where destroying her icy exterior through his fire, again, is represented in that line, and that's where it comes out. But what's cool is that kind of after the meteor shower, not meteor shower, after like the kind of bombing, destruction, and everything ends, they look around and they're like, oh, we're still alive. And she totally abandons that like passionate fit that she had. But what happened? He kisses her, right?
I believe
This
so.
is
I believe
before
that's
that.
how that. And then
Something
he
like
leaves.
He forcefully, I think it says like he devoured her lips or something like that. It's a good quote. But so again, it's him being like in a fit of passion rather than rescuing her. He's just absorbing her into himself and melting the icy exterior and devouring her more or less, as it says in the text.
Instead of being the like you said, knight in shining armor, where like you're trying to, woo them, he's just taking. He's almost
He's
reverting
being
to how he formerly was with just taking what he
At
He's
the
being
very
very-
end, she pussies out. So they're
Well,
watching it, and she says, "No, it's too late, my dear," she said quietly. "Here comes a
Yeah.
whole cluster of red streaks, down, directly at us. There'll be no escaping this. Quick now, run! John, take me with you! Quick, quick!" He swept her off the bench. Never. He held her, found the soft coral mouth, and kissed her, bruised her lips with his, waiting for the final blackout. The concussion never came.
Yeah.
He bruised her lips with his kiss.
That's the violent, impulsive, aggressive type of way that he, quote unquote, romances. I don't want to say romances, but
This
but
romance.
fellas,
I mean, it works, but
word of advice. As a side note for the audience, if a woman ever takes you in a hold and says "destroy me," get an NDA first. Like, make her sign a consent form. Don't be like Foyle because
He will be destroyed.
Hey,
run
to
away.
be fair, we were about to die in a nuclear blast, probably, or
What kind of blast?
Like what?
A nuclear.
Nuclear blast.
Yeah, nuclear. All right, let's go.
I'm gonna kiss
So-
him on the lip.
We get lucky. We get lucky here. Not Foyle does not get lucky in the traditional sense, but he gets lucky in the sense that they survive the bombing. And so he does eventually jaunt away after he like wakes up and realizes he's like, oh, I'm not dead. And then he leaves for what has now been purchased for him as his place of residence. We forgot to mention this St. Pat's Cathedral, which, again, it is confirmed, at least in my mind, that this was kind of a scene of providence raining down on the blasphemers, because when the bombing happened and the bombs fell out of the sky, all the people who were living in the church, who were part of the circus, all abandoned it. Everybody ran away. They were driven out of the holy house of God by this big thing happening from the sky. And I know I don't want to sound like I'm obsessing over the biblical stuff, but this is just something that I'm like, all right, there's multiple ways that like this could be taken that way, and I feel like it's relevant. But religion and faith itself is a big thing, right? And I don't want to.
Because like a big part of the talking about the cathedral is also talking about how religion is outlawed at this point in the story, and how like a sacred place like this could be bought, but was still kept around even despite religion being outlawed.
Yeah,
I forget someone's. Oh my goodness! Wow. I forgot. I think part of the second guy that Foyle grabs, if I recall correctly, during that they where they find him, or maybe it was the first one of the guys they find him. Part of what they're doing is reading the Bible, if I remember correctly, or like being religious. But like that's their like dirty secret thing.
The snake guy. He's hiding out in a house with a bunch of secret Christians.
Yes,
the analog. Yeah. And even Foyle looks at these like people and he goes, "Isn't this disgusting? People just practicing this primitive thing, and it's just Christian."
Yeah. Oh, I can't believe I forgot that. Yeah. That's right.
You're right. Yeah. All right. So he jaunts back to St. Pat's, and then he everyone's gone. He doesn't quite know what to do, and he just goes out into the streets. And here we meet for the first time in person, rather than just being mentioned, the Jack Jaunters. Right?
Yeah, he teleports away. He finds a group of civil servants who are trying to basically forcibly recruit people into helping the cleanup.
Because in an age of jaunting, getting people to stay in a city that's just been bombed is very, very difficult, because why would you stay if you can just teleport away? So they all have devices to prevent people from jaunting, known as sticks, that they club you over the head with. And then they'll force him. And so he just disappears from those people, and then he finds a bunch of jack jaunters in the street, who are a bunch of basically impoverished people who are like thieves and whatnot, and he finds them cutting apart a helpless animal. And they're like, "Hey, you want to come over here and give us all your stuff?"
This is the second time we see jack jaunters, by the way, because the first time is at what's the black girl's name? I'm sorry, it escapes me.
Robin's
it's
house.
her house that we first. Robin's house is where we first see them.
Yeah, so they're described at the beginning of the part 2 here, but this is the first time we see them like in person as far as the main character goes, and it's very obvious. It's like they called them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
at Robin's house.
Yeah, he meets them in Robin's house, but then we get like a more direct like kind of view of them in this, because pretty much he just kind of leaves pretty quick in Robin's.
They're very.
He destroyed.
But they're described.
Robin's house.
They're described in part 2. That's what I mean. Like they call themselves Jack Jones. That's cool in part 1, but it's not until part 2 that the world building around them is established. Dude,
either way, they try to rob him, and he throws them a bunch of bills that he's got in his pocket, and he's like, "All right, how about you guys find something else to do?" And they're like, "No, we found something interesting to do right here." And so he flips on cybernetic death mode, and I think this is an interesting like thing. Foyle tripped the switchboard in his mouth and became for 12 devastating seconds the most murderous machine ever devised, the Commando Killer. It was done without conscious thought or volition. His body merely followed the directive taped into muscle and reflex. He left 6 bodies stretched on the street. Just the idea that like he has a switch inside of him that he can just flip and just maul these people, and it's just all by instinct is fascinating, and also probably one of the first times that this like concept is again in science fiction.
Sure.
Yep.
Hey, real quick. Because they're called jack jaunters, can we just say real quick what they represent is made? It literally is said in the book. It just says they were jackals.
Yep.
Now, as far as
furtive yet savage, jackals rending the body of a living but helpless animal.
Yep, there you go. As far as the animal symbolism goes, that should be very obvious. The same way that the lower classes are like living in squalor and being described as kind of like wild jungle creatures, rather than the people at the top who are almost like robotic and icy cold. So yeah, jackals obviously they feed on like decomposing flesh. I mean, they're associated symbolically with usually death. I mean, they're the type of animals who would like dig up a grave and eat the body, right? So that's what these people are. Be obvious. All right. Cool. All right. So context for them. But yeah. The way that he's able to turn the switch and almost go back into like beast mode, for lack of a better quote, you know.
Yeah,
very
just back into animalistic instinct.
The way that he uses like the technology and higher kind of civilized implements to become just an apex predator is a great dynamic.
Yeah, the tech allows him to strip away his humanity.
There's a lot of using tech to make yourself more savage in the story, and it's pretty amazing how it's described.
Absolutely. So he gets away
moving right along. He meets Robin. She has once again lost her mind and is gibbering and insane. And he hits her with a shot of drugs to make her come back to reality. He tells her that no, she's not allowed to take the sewer slide. No, you're not allowed to be crazy. You're not allowed to run away anymore. I am forcing you to live your life. Sucks to suck, nerd.
Oh, and no, the thing is, I'll let you go.
Well, this is,
and he's like, you're gonna go find your own family. You're gonna get them. You're gonna continue living. And he gives her this pretty much just like a pep talk, like, "Hey, stop it," because he still needs her.
Briefly, no. What happens is
that's not what happens.
I'll tell you, Des. You know what happens, right? So let me say this. So yeah, so initially he's like, all right, I get it. You're miserable. You've done all you can do. We don't have any leads. And then she says, well, actually, when we were leaving Sergei Oral's place where it was on fire, I grabbed one of the pieces of paper that was burning. And you remember how Forrest said the name Kemp. And he goes, yeah, he said Kemp. And she goes, well, actually, the name was Kempsey. And I know that because I grabbed this piece of paper that was a letter written to Sergei Oral. Des, you got anything? Because what happens later...
The important thing you're missing is that she said, I'll give this to you if, on the condition, you let me go. I'm out of your... you don't owe me anything. I don't owe you anything. You let me be free. I'll give you this information. And then she gives the information.
And he goes, yeah.
And then he says this, if you had done this at the beginning of the night, I would have let you go free. But now, at this point, you're coming with me. And then she jaunts out there.
It's the funniest thing. He totally just reneges on his offer.
Yeah, he
reads the letter and he goes, you know what? You're coming with me, actually. You're not free to go. And she's, you just said I was free to go. He's like, no. You're coming with me. We got to get this.
No, what's great is the fact that he's like, if you had told me before the dinner, I would have kept my word. But at this point, he's like, no. After the dinner, after what just happened, you're coming with me. I need you.
Yep. So,
and then
we read the letter. Away. So and then we read the letter from Kempsey, right? So Kempsey. Is an interesting
one more thing. Worth
it
to note. The reason that he's like, nah, you ain't free, lady. I'm in love and you gotta help me.
That's right.
You're right.
I was like, I'm like, what happens at the dinner that causes him to renege? I don't remember. It's right. It's meeting her that causes him to renege.
It's too bad, girl. If you'd given me this letter 2 hours ago, I'd have kept my word, but it's too late now. I need a romance secretary. I'm in love with Olivia Pristane.
And by the way, C's disgusted. She's like, "Oh my god, you're in love with that creature, that person."
Dude. I think she says she's like, "You're in love with that like icy robot." She calls her a corpse, I think.
Yeah, she says you're in love with that white corpse. The bitter fury of her telesending was a startling revelation to him, because she's sending it directly into his mind, how disgusted she is. And then she says, now you've lost me forever. Now I'll destroy you. And then she disappears.
There we go. All right. So he reads the letter. The letter is, as we said, from a guy called Kempsey. And Kempsey is a guy who, unfortunately for him, does not have the ability to jaunt. And a quote in the letter is like, why should a man be treated like a dog just because he's not able to jaunt, right? And so he's writing to Sergei Oral, who's like, you're my last contact, you're my only friend from the Vorga, you're my buddy, please help me out, send me some money, I gotta find transport back to Earth. And so Boyle develops a plan based on what he reads in that letter. And then he goes up to the moon. Does anybody else want to talk? Because I will tell you what happens on the moon.
I think
the next cut
is it before the moon or because
it cuts to Captain Young, and he's kind of talking about the bombing and whatnot. I beliove that he meets Robin. Yeah, immediately. The next scene is Robin showing up in Captain Yellowvale's office.
Okay.
That's.
I wasn't sure if that was happening. There's two important things right next to each other that don't involve foil, and I wasn't sure if it was this one or the other one. But yeah.
So this is the part that I touched on earlier that I couldn't remember who it was when we did part one, but Yang Yavel interviews basically Robin, and he's like, what's up? And she's like, I'm a telesend, and he goes, or what does he say? He feels her thoughts. That's what happened. He feels her thoughts, and he goes, I'm reading you, Mrs. Wensbury. You better be careful. He goes, this is weird. I thought I knew every telepath. And she goes, I'm not a full telepath. I'm a telesend. And that's the scene that I tried to touch on last time, where it's like, it must be a torturous existence, having everyone else be able to hear your thoughts and you not able to hear theirs. He goes, I thought I knew everyone, but I think I have a use for you. And so then Robin joins up with Yang Yavel.
They kind of become friends, it's hinted. Like he seems to really like her.
Yeah. I mean, she seems like a charming sort of gal. Like she seems very charming.
We also another interesting thing about this scene is we clear up a lot of misconceptions about the setting. For example, there's this whole thing we didn't really touch on where they talk about how the intelligence department like peels back your brain
Oh yeah.
and like rips out your mind and does all these horrible things. And she's terrified of them because, technically she's not allowed to be on Earth and she's afraid they'll do that to him. And he finds out and he's like, no, we don't actually do that. Like that's all propaganda to scare people. I'm sorry to hear that you're here illegally, but it's not like really that big of a deal. You don't seem like you're a spy. We can work it out or whatever later.
Yeah.
Like it turns out the intelligence division is like very, very reasonable and is willing to like talk with people. But they have this horrifying, like absolutely monstrous reputation that they keep up to scare their enemies.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Yeah, that's a great point. Because he says to her, I think he literally uses the word. He goes, "Yeah, it's all propaganda," and she's like, "So you don't torture people?" And he goes, "No, but it keeps up our image."
Yeah,
it's great.
At
Yeah.
least I think he says we don't torture people like that. I believe because
we have other means.
Yeah, we have other.
Yeah.
So
he says they just do it to soften people up.
He goes like, "Yeah, I think I got a use for you. Why don't you hang around?" So then she kind of joins forces with him for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and starts spilling the beans.
And
all the beans, every bean she has, all of them.
Do we have anything else we want to say about that part, or about it?
I think we covered the big parts. I think we covered the biggest part.
So the next part, if I recall correctly, is with Jizz and Radioactive Man. If I recall.
No, it's Olivia and her father, and she's basically just like, Dad, I really likes him. I likes him a lot.
That's where she reveals she saw his face. That's where it's not.
There's some great quotes in that scene, and I've got notes on them. So quotes from Pristane and his daughter Olivia on foil. So Pristane, they're discussing him, right? So immediately she's like, "Father, I was out in the garden," and he's like, "Unsupervised with him," and she's like, "Yes," they're being very fancy and annoying, but she was like, "Tell me about him, Father. What was he like?" And he goes, because she's like, putting on a mask, kind of like acting like she doesn't care about foil. So she's like, "Tell me about him, Father." And so Pristane goes, "He seems to alternate between assurance and savagery," which is interesting because like he's learned because it represents that foil has like, he's learned and picked up the kind of mechanical, emotionless way that quote unquote society like thinks, like the way that they think, but he still has that like kind of vengeful monster underneath the surface. But then what's her name, Olivia has a great quote here where she goes, "He glows with danger." So right away, glowing, burning bright, there we go. He glows with danger. Most people just shimmer, but he looks like a lightning bolt. So obviously that's a reference to the poem of Burning Bright, and also the way that he was able to melt away her icy exterior and reveal a little bit of passion. But then, yes, like Des said, she points out, she goes, "He had this strange thing on his face, not the way that I normally see, like, veins in people's faces and stuff." And Pristane is like, "Hang on, what do you mean? What do you mean he had a pattern on his face?" And she's like, "Give me a pen, I'll draw it for you." And so it's kind of a cliffhanger, but it's left off at the thing. What am I trying to say? It's left off with her about to draw for him a picture of what is essentially the tiger pattern, and give away the fact that he is who he is.
Yep.
So that is a good scene too. I really like that, as far as just the symbolism behind it, as far as what they say about him is great. All right. Yeah, I'm glad we touched on that because I would have forgotten about it. Thank you again, Des. I know I'm simping for you.
To be fair, that was Pag. Or, I did remember the face thing. But, Pag, is the next part of, it's about the, is this between, Nuclear Man and, Jizz? Is this where that is?
What kind of man?
The Nuclear Man, Radioactive Man.
His name is Dagenham. Can you just call him by his name so I don't have a conniption?
Well, maybe I should remember his name, and then I would call him by his name. And because Pag is gone, and I'm stupid, we're going to go over it now.
I would think that somebody who feels qualified to discuss the book would remember a main character's name. That's just me.
So. But I remember the scene. So they're in bed, and they're having their good old sleeping together. And by sleeping
Hey.
together, I mean on opposite ends of they're in a room, but the room has like a glass door because he's radioactive and she doesn't want to get cancer, basically. And Dingenham is like, oh yeah, by the way, I know that it's what's his face? Gully.
Foyle.
I know it's Gully because we taught his name. We gave him that name. That's the name I picked for him when we were trying to get what's it called?
when they did the psychological kind of like manipulation.
Yeah, when they tried to psyop him into being like, "You're a rich dude. Please give us the name of the where the ship is."
When they put him into that simulation, like we discussed in part 1, where he has like an imaginary wife who's like, "Hey, baby, why don't you tell me about the Nomad?" He's like, "I'm not 4 Mile, I'm Foyle." But yeah, somewhere in his subconscious, as Dagenham says, he gave himself away because that name was in the back of his head, 4 Mile versus Foyle. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you know what? That is very important. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, because that's how he finds out. Because Jiz was gonna be true. She was just gonna not tell him. Well, then she's like, "Yeah, you know, but I also know because about this. We're going after him. Like we have to go after him."
And it turns out it's for patriotism, and she is shocked.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. Because he's been doing this for pay, and he's like, "No, like screw what's his face." He's like, "Yeah, I'm doing this because like I don't, yeah."
On principle,
it was because of the bombing. It was like so impactful on him.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost a shame. It's almost a shame that we don't get as much characterization of Dagenham because, like, a guy who was like a veteran.
Dagenham is an interesting character in the story. Very interesting.
Oh,
I mean, especially with like, I mean, I don't remember if you guys mentioned in the beginning, in part 1, but like literally, I think it's Dagenham. Dagenham jaunts into in and out of Pristain's office when, like, he's not supposed to be able to jaunt in and out of that room. And Pristain's like, okay, then I guess like we just need to change this room now. Thanks, freaking,
Yeah, I think in the earlier parts,
funny too. I think he's like, it wasn't a big deal. You already lost it. Like it was already gonna get exposed.
Yeah, no, yeah, because the whole thing is that someone jaunts in, I believe, and then he's like, well, if you're gonna change it anyways, might as well just reveal I already know how to get in and out. And he's like, well, okay.
Yeah, there's a whole sequence in the beginning where it's like there was a man so radioactive that you had to keep him in like solitary confinement for this many months and everything. And it was I remember when I read that I was like, who is this dude? That sounds awesome. But then it was just kind of a guy. This is a villain-ish. But all right. So are we now? Do we have anything else, or can we jump to the part with Kempsey on the moon?
Yeah.
I think we have
is
to
it the
pause
moon? I thought
actually.
it was Mars. Oh, very sad.
What?
Yeah, I'm supposed to be streaming with Nebula soon, as in 7 minutes ago. If you guys really want, you might be able to politely beg Nebula to let me stay, but it's completely up to him. I'm dedicated to going to his channel. So if you guys want to ask him,
we're just gonna steal your channel.
Huh?
Des, Kid, I'm gonna steal your channel now. This is now us talking about the podcast. You can go do it with Nebula. We're stealing the channel now.
Yeah, we're just gonna
we'll keep. If there's any sort of way, because I do think we can wrap this up within the next 30 to 40 minutes.
No way.
But it's also 30 to 40 minutes, so like I do feel bad. But it's gonna be 30 to 40 minutes. Leaving on 40.
The book is that good.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I understand.
All right. So that's probably Kid. Are we gonna revisit this again?
Until we get confirmation from the ability he's okay with you guys letting me go. Or not.
All right.
I think let's wrap this up by saying you guys really ought to read the book. It's really, really good. It is one of the classics of science, like the absolute all-time classics of science fiction for a very good reason. And at the end, Gully Foyle becomes God and forgives mankind of all of their sins and teaches everyone to also be God if they can focus hard.
It's unfortunate.
That's the end of the book.
It sounds like the ending.
Come on.
You hated the ending.
You hate
no,
it.
no,
No, we can't do this. No.
Time travel
All right,
was
let's talk about the ending. Let's talk about the ending real fast.
No,
Heck,
I
there's
don't
no
want to
way.
talk. I want to talk about the scene with Kempsey.
We don't have enough time. We literally,
Yeah.
at this point,
All
if
right,
we're
all right,
gonna
all right.
talk about.
I'll be brief. I'll be brief with Kempsey. All right. So what happens is he finds Kempsey.
Take a second.
Yes.
Let's continue normally. When Nebula responds,
have
we'll
a
know if we're doing a part 3 or not.
Yeah, we need a
dude.
part 3 if we're talking about the ending.
So
We need a part 3.
I know. I don't
Please.
think, if I'm not going to Nebula stream tonight, we don't need a part 3.
No, I'm saying either Nebula. If you're going to Nebula, we need a part 3. If not, we can pound this out. I'm sure, but
He's also here because he should be listening to my show. And if not, Nebula, I'm going to be very upset with you, sir. You demand me come on your podcast, but I don't even listen to mine. For shame. For shame.
Well, you have to remember that this is all of this that is going out right now is a minute behind.
It's about.
he
6
said,
seconds behind,
he
actually.
put an.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we've been
it's
talking about
about-
this for
I
a
think-
good while at this point.
I have more.
I think it's a minute, maybe 2 behind.
Oh,
Baldur's
BG3
Gate
crashed.
just
We're so
exploded on
back,
him.
boys. We're so back. We're so back. This is a cosmic sign. We're going on.
It is a
Screw
cosmic
Nebula.
sign, bro.
All right, I'm sorry,
Oh.
Nebula. If you fix it, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to continue with the book here.
Kempsey on
You
the
got
moon.
Villain.
MCM.
All right.
To
So
the moon.
we've established now where everyone's allegiances lie. Goalie is still chasing this vengeance goal that he has, despite the fact that people are leaving him and he's causing destruction. That's very obvious. And so he jaunts up to the moon. He finds, I think it's Bacteria Incorporated, which is just like kind of a dead-end job company that works up there on the moon. And Kempsey is a guy who worked on the Vorga, but he's stuck there because he doesn't know how to jaunt and he doesn't have enough money to get back to his home on Earth. I assume it's Earth. But so Foyle hunts him down and he beats up one guy, but that guy's not really relevant. And the guy tells him where Kempsey is living at. And he finds Kempsey. And Kempsey, once again, as I said before, these are not people who benefited from the way that they abused Foyle or the way that they abused their power on the Vorga. This is a guy who literally is miserable, riddled with PTSD. You throw a pile of clothes in front of him and he freaks out.
He can't jaunt anymore.
Right. He freaks out. He's got PTSD. He's miserable. He has a dead-end job and doesn't know where to go. But here's the interesting thing. Foyle tricks him, and he goes, "Oh, Sergei Oral sent me, and we're going to rescue you. I'm going to take you back to Earth. Come jump on my ship." And he's like, "Oh, God bless him. Bless that man. He's so kind. Thank goodness Sergei Oil." I cannot pronounce this guy's name. Sergei Oral.
Sergey. Oh my God, Sergey? Oh my God, you got me doing it. Sergey. It's probably Sergey Orel. It's probably Sergey Orel. I don't think it's Oral. I think it's Orel.
Sergei Orel.
Look,
Anyway,
Pops really
so he.
Oral, okay.
Live in the book going. Sergei Orel.
Yeah, well, the audiobook also calls Pristine Prestigin, so I don't want to hear it.
No, it calls him Pristine.
He calls him Pristine.
What?
Pristine.
Oh, well,
Pristine.
You probably
listened
had the
to a guy-
knockoff Jank audiobook, Pops. I got the official one that had the opening with Neil Gaiman, where he tells me how much he loves me and how
wow.
Yeah, exactly.
handsome I am.
Yeah, I had a guy on
Me and the
YouTube.
kid read the same audiobook. He knows what I'm listening
Yeah,
to.
it's on Spotify. It's fantastic. Great use of my
You don't-
Spotify.
I listened to it on Audible. Kissed my.
And
Yeah,
I
well,
just
there's-
guessed that it was pronounced Orel, and I'm just the world's best guesser.
There's a guy on
surprising.
YouTube. There's a guy on YouTube who worked very hard to compile the story into audio format, and I listened to it. And even though he pronounces wizened as wizened and chastened as chast, I
You
gotta
think that was maybe a warning that he was not pronouncing it correctly?
Even
I
though
think there's some warning signs.
even though he says pristine as prestigin, he does an excellent job. He worked. Give him some credit because he got me to where I'm at in this stream today. But anyway,
His heart was in the right place.
I wouldn't be here without him. I would not be here without him. All right.
So true. So true.
Foyle.
So Foyle devises this kind of vicious torture for Kempsey, and after he lures him onto the ship by tricking him, where he straps him down and he puts him under, And what he does is he learned in his hypno training, I think it's explicitly stated, he in his sleep that night before, he learned how to properly take out somebody's heart but hook the veins up or something to keep them alive, which is super interesting. Because what we see here is that Foyle is he's almost in denial of the fact that he's becoming a monster, or just being a monster, acting like a bad person, because what he's doing.
I don't know that he's in denial of it. I feel like he just is what he is.
I think this is I'll tell you, because after the scene we have a moment where he realizes it. Mm-hmm. But this is the scene where it's very explicit that Foyle, by force, he basically forces the world to bend into the way that he sees it, right? So what he does is he straps down Kempsey and he tears out his heart, but he keeps him alive, and he's like, "You're heartless. You left me on the Vorga to die." He recites his.
Pops,
and it's interesting.
Yeah, we're missing something too, because before this, to even talk to him, isn't he in some cult where basically he can't feel anything, and he has to basically
No.
That's Lindsay Joyce. I'm skipping ahead. That's my bad. That's my bad. Go on.
That's the information that Kempsey gives him. We'll get to that. All right.
We'll get there when we get there. That's not bad.
Yeah. So it literally, he tears a guy's heart out, and he forces him to be a living thing without a heart, which is literally he's bending the world to his will, which is this ultimate kind of him basically being this overpowered
he's playing God, and he's being perverse. He's playing God in an extremely perverse way. He tears a man's heart out, and he basically jams a pacemaker in it and forces him to stay alive. I don't care what they put into your brain. I don't care if you want your heart to stop beating. You're going to tell me what I want to know, and that's all there is.
And the interesting thing about it, like I said before, is this was the scene where I realized I'm these are not bad people necessarily. They're not necessarily guilty of wanting him to die. These are just miserable people, but because Foyle looks at them as heartless and betrayal, or
no, they're terrible people.
I gotta disagree. That's a solid well from me. They are bad people, especially with what we're gonna find out later. Looks into the camera.
Well, they were just following orders.
Okay. All
right. So anyway,
as far as he knows, that's what they are.
He does
have
doing
these to people who do nothing more than leave them to go.
Kempsey is also they represent the same thing that the Burning Man represented earlier. They represent people that did awful things and now they're suffering. They didn't get anything out of it. They represent something that Foyle could become if he continues on this path, right? And so Kempsey, as he's screaming in pain, he's why did you pass us by? Who gave the order? And he goes, Lindsay Joyce, the captain, Lindsay Joyce, right? And so the guy is please let me die. And Foyle actually tells him, he's no, live without a heart, be the monster that you are. But it's only the fact that I think the ship jumps into hyperspeed or something, and the guy ends up dying without Foyle doing it on purpose. But anyway, so Kempsey dies, and not before he gives away the information that this alleged Captain Lindsay Joyce is what's called a Skopsky colony on Mars, right? And Foyle freaks out. Do we know why?
Because
I can't remember why. I think he believes that he'll never get the information at this rate.
The Skopskys are setting tubes that they can't feel anything.
Here's the it's not even that he's mad that he can't get the information. It's he's mad that he can't inflict the pain that he felt onto a Skopsky, because what Skopskys are, as we learn, I think in the next part where he goes to Mars, is that the Skopskys are people who literally, they're like a cult, they're occult fanatics and everything, and they pay big money to go to this colony on Mars and have a surgery where the central, the nervous system is split from the rest of the brain, and they can't feel anything. They don't hear, they don't smell, they don't touch, they don't taste, everything. And they here's the interesting thing in the book. It mentions the ancient Skopskys were a Russian tribe who believed that sex was the root of all evil, right? Passion and blah 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 is the root of all evil. And then it says well, the new Skopskys in the 2400s or the 25th century or whatever this is, they took that to an even more extreme, and they just said all physical sensation is the root of evil. And so what they do is people who want to join the Skopskys, they pay big money to have a surgery where their sensory nervous system is snipped and they don't feel anything ever. And when they first go to Mars and they first go to the Skopsky colony, they're introduced to everyone and they get a tour and they say, oh, we're going to keep you in this nice big area here. You're going to live comfortably. You won't have to worry about anything. And then it's revealed instead they are packed into catacombs like sardines and basically left to rot like corpses, which is an interesting thing there. Because, again, it shows that the people that he's chasing after are just already miserable, basically already corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Something to note. He actually, in this conversation with Kempsey, this is when he finds out that this is what they're doing, like what they're actually doing. So Vorga was taking refugees from the inner colonies out to the outer colonies.
That's right.
They're basically smuggling human beings out to the outer colonies in order to bring them to safety. But about halfway through, what they do is they point guns at everybody and they tell them, strip down, we're taking everything that you own. And they take all of that stuff and then they march all of them out of the airlock and kill every single one of these.
And this is also, that's what happened to Robin's family as well, if I recall correctly.
Yep, and that is also why Kempsey has PTSD whenever he sees like a pile of clothes on the floor. He goes, all the clothes, all the bodies were sent to 600 people ejected, scuttled out. And whenever he sees like discarded garments, he's like, oh my God, that's what I did.
Yeah, he remembers the pile of garments that they took from all these people. Jesus, if only I could forget. The naked women, blue, busting wide open, spinning behind us. The clothes all over the ship. 600. That's what he says.
600 people, yeah.
Are you about to smack our nuts now?
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they find out that he's in a Skopsky colony, has a battle time.
So he gets all mad because he's like, how am I supposed to torture a Skopsky? How am I going to make a Skopsky feel what I felt? And so what he does is he recruits the only telepath on Mars, which is a 7-year-old boy named Sigurd Maximin, right?
I think so. Well,
he's mentally 7. As we mentioned before, he's great at taking ideas from Kojima 60 years ago. Because this man is like a shriveled. I forgot how old he actually is, but I know he's not actually 7 years old.
He's called the ancient telepath, but he's also described as like looking like a 7-year-old boy.
Yeah,
but Foyle doesn't recruit him or hire him. He basically just buys him temporarily.
No. He just straight up kidnaps him.
Oh, he's right.
He buys time to meet him.
Yeah.
And because at this point, word has gotten out. 4 Mile is Foyle, aka Galactic Enemy #1, right? So everyone's after him, and that's why the
police have sent out basically wanted ads all over the place for him.
Yeah. So that's why we have a cool moment here where like it again shows his like single-minded like vengeance spirit and everything, where this person that looks like a child is like, you can't hurt me. You have bad thoughts. You have bad intentions. You want me to do bad things. And he's like, I'll make you do it. He's like, no, you won't. You won't hurt me. And he's like, I'm Gully Foyle, public enemy #1. I'll do anything. He's like, don't ever think there's something I won't do. And he just scares the hell out of this little kid.
Yeah, the kid's just whining and like, crying the whole time.
I want my nanny. Yeah.
Yeah, he keeps on crying for the nanny. That's right. Yeah.
So again, I think that's an interesting dynamic though that they have, because like children in general are like they feel things in such like a pure, like, the idea that like a child has like a pure emotional state, kind of like a blank slate and everything. So the way that he uses the child to communicate with the quote unquote like basically artificially alive corpse of Lindsay Joyce when they find her, they call her like a white slug. Like she's nothing. She's just like a body just laying there. So he uses the child quote unquote child's like pure kind of visceral fear and emotion and everything to kind of get her to feel what he's feeling and like almost torture her while also questioning her, which I thought was a really good strategy as far as he goes. Not that he's not like, a piece of S word for doing it, but the fact that he uses a kid to do it while the kid has this kind of like unfiltered fear and emotion was a very good dynamic. And I think that was a really good way to do it, man. I'm trying to find
scene to read. It was a very interesting scene. It was great.
Oh, also, let me do this beforehand because, like I said to Pag earlier, this is after the Kempsey torture, where Kempsey dies. It's there's a brief moment where Foyle, like, it says like he felt something that he had not felt before, and he fought it helplessly, and basically he's like he feels guilt. He almost feels bad for what he did because he's looking at this guy who was just miserable, had nowhere to go, was like, can somebody please help me? Like he's just begging. And then finally he gives him a sliver of hope and he rips out his heart and kills him. And Foyle starts to feel guilt on that scene, which is the part where his conscience starts to turn around. So I think that's important to mention. But yeah, later they meet Lindsay Joyce, and then the child basically communicates with her. And the whole time she's like, oh, her mind is dark. Her mind is black. She thinks bad things. She feels terrible. And then the Burning Man appears. You guys remember what happened with the Burning Man? What does the Burning Man tell him?
He tells him,
Says it's
"Sup,
okay,
bitch."
He, I believe the Burning Man tells him the information he's trying to say. So he's trying to say something to him. He can't understand it, and the Burning Man translates, basically, for her.
The Burning Man is the one who reveals to him, because he thinks, well, you were the captain of the Vorga, and Lindsay Joyce telepathically is like, yes, I was the captain. Yes, I gave the order, but it wasn't my order. Someone else told me to do it. And Foyle's like, who was it? And then the Burning Man appears, and the Burning Man is like, hear her thoughts. Can't you understand? It wasn't her that gave the order. It wasn't her decision. He goes, who was it? Who was it? And the Burning Man tells him, now, who was it that told the Vorga to turn around?
His beloved, of course.
That's right. Lady Olivia was the one who told the Vorga to leave him on the Nomad. And so right around that part is when the cops finally track down.
Before the cops get here, I want to talk with what just happened. From
Go
a
ahead.
storytelling perspective, from a thematic perspective, this is the moment where the hero on his hero's journey goes into the underworld and achieves forbidden knowledge. This is a classic in all storytelling. This is, in fact, this specific instance of it is cited in Joseph Campbell's book, I believe. By the way, chat, go thank Nebula for letting me stay here.
Shout out Nebula, I love you.
Hell yeah, Nebula. Nebular.
This
knowledge. Hostage. Help.
this.
Now, I do want to finish the point I was saying though about the underworld. This is the most, I would say, mystical part of the book within reason. It gets more mystical later. I'll explain. But this is the part where, like, this is the most otherworldly. It's such a strange environment, as Pops described. This is literally hell for sinners. It's very ironic that you can read what happens to the people here as one of two or maybe even three ways. You could read it as Buddhism, and the promise of Buddhism leads you to hell, which is kind of interesting and based. Or you can read it as, if you focus on the flesh and the way that the flesh would deal with the problems, and the fact that they don't have God to deal with their problems, they can only end up in hell now. Again, look at how terrible the situation is that these people are in. Or, this goes back to the subtle theme of suicide that's throughout this book. If you ended yourself, all the terrible things with the Blue John thing, this is another form of that. This is another form of destroying yourself to the point. And, So it is.
You're at. And it progresses from like different levels of like suffering that the people that he's hunting down go through that end up like kind of making him feel that compassion. Because initially we meet Forrest, who's like kind of a piece of shit. Excuse me.
Yeah, but
I said a different word. So we meet Forrest, who's just kind of like a lowly criminal now. Then we meet, a guy who's disguised as another guy, which is just like kind of a different.
That's true threat, Pops. What I'm saying
And-
specifically to Mars is specifically the underworld. This is passing the threshold. This is when he goes into the underworld. He sees terrible things, and this is also we see him activate his, Superman mode, if you will, at the stairs. But that's nowhere near as crazy as it is when he's in here. The stuff he pulls off in here changes him from like a into a super soldier. He talks.
It's also worth noting.
Go ahead.
It's worth noting that the person who actually tells him that it was Olivia was him, like his burning image. Two, as to your points of this being the catacomb, or not a catacomb, the underworld. This place is described as a catacomb, like they describe it as this underground thing, and all of these people are just basically corpses, and he describes them as corpses, like that's what he calls them in the book. So in a very literal sense as well as in a metaphorical sense, this is the underworld. And he gets the forbidden knowledge. It's like it's very very like symbologically and like metaphorically like very tight. All of this writing is very very tight.
There's a quote. There's
here. One sec, Pops. I'm very sorry.
No.
Most of the time when you have underworld stories that involve romance at all, they end horribly for the romantic partner. The classic example is
real life.
Huh?
So true.
Is real life.
Yes, it's real life. Yeah, don't let women lead you into caves. I promise you, they're not showing you their fun time collection. They're there to sacrifice your soul. Don't worry about, especially around Halloween, boys. Don't trust any strange goth girls in caves.
What's another Orpheus parallel, isn't it?
Well, yes, that's actually what I was going to say. It's copying Orpheus, and if you want to get really weeby, the Tale of Susano, and as well, they both have the same story, which is why it's interesting. It probably comes from an older Indo-European tale, but the idea is that you go into the cave with with like love in your heart for a person, and they get changed and destroyed by what's in there. In these other stories, not quite Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet don't change Nebula. It's Susano and Amaterasu and Orpheus and I forget who Orpheus' girlfriend is.
Orpheus and Orphea.
I think it starts. Yeah, it's just it's simple.
You're a
Orphina. Anyway, yeah.
I think it does. It start with a D?
It's the E. It's Eurydice. I want to see it written.
Eurydice, I think it is.
Uranus.
Probably EU. EURY.
Uranus.
So anyway, he's an
I got you.
So the good one, Nebula. That's it. Yeah. So the idea is that those characters, when that happens, it's a physical change. The interesting twist here is this is an informational change. This reveals the true self behind the character, and it's quite fascinating that Gully Foyle almost fell for the faux version of the Ice Queen, if you will. The front she puts up, the thing that people think. Who's the one character who saw straight through it and thought that she was horrible? Everybody else, the whole book has been obsessed with this character and thinks she's great, except Robin, the heart of the story. Once again, his conscience.
Shut up.
And now you go back to when he's in hell.
Immediately.
He's dealing with only truths. There's no lies that happen throughout this entire part. Nobody says anything false in the entirety of the Mars segment, which is fascinating if you think about like how just even a white lie. Yeah. I'm not going to do this. No. Nobody lies in the entire Mars segment because this is the underworld. You only speak truth here. Bang.
Yep. So, and one more thing that Ag said, I don't think Foyle uses the word corpse specifically, but what he does when he first sees them, as he walks into this catacomb thing with all these quote-unquote white slug bodies, he goes, the living dead. And then later on, after he learns that Olivia is the one behind his quote-unquote betrayal, as we'll learn later on, it was a little more in-depth. But he goes, he walks away and he's like muttering to himself. He's like, the living dead, the living dead. He goes, now I've joined them. because what we see there is now his entire kind of purpose that's driven him for the entire story now is just destroyed. Everything about it totally goes against what he what now he feels as like a human emotion of love and compassion for this girl. He
first
totally
good thing that he's experienced for this entire story, the very first good thing, like unmitigatedly good, turns out to be evil and corrupted from the start and is against his own goals.
Mm-hmm.
So now it goes. I'm the living dead. Yeah, he's totally just broken at that point. Well, in a way, just kind
I
of.
was gonna say the interesting thing too is that like of all the things to basically get him to change morally, this is the point that gets him to start changing. To start being, not, as bad as he was throughout the entire book. It's this that finally changes him.
Well, that's why I pointed out the beginning of him starting to feel bad after Kempsey dies. It's like he felt an emotion and he fought it, and like he learns later on. I think it was almost like he looks at like guilt and conscience as like a disease and a sickness, like a bad thing.
Yeah, I think he mentions that to Robin, if I recall correctly.
No, it's Sheffield, but I got you. It's a little bit ahead.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the official part where he's like totally his perspective like is forced to shift. He no longer has control over the world that he's in. He's kind of just like, oh, yeah, now I have to feel things, and now I have to like make these difficult decisions rather than following this single-minded goal. Now he has to be like, well, what do I do? The woman that I love is the one who actually almost got me killed.
Yeah, he has to face this. One of my favorite lines in this novel, is and it shows his change of character. Is he became aware that Sigurd Magsman, the 70-year-old 7-year-old, Sigurd Magsman was holding onto his hand and weeping. He picked the boy up.
Oh yeah,
I hurt
because
Sigurd.
I think
I hurt too,
when he feels the hand in the line before that, he like turns and he's like, "Is that you, Jizz?" And he's like, "Oh, it's this little kid." Like he literally, he's like, I don't even know what's reality anymore. He turns around, he's like, "Is that Jizz?" And then he looks down and sees a kid holding his hand, and that's when the police show up actually, and I think he has to flee again from Mars.
Yeah, he goes upstairs, and as he's going upstairs, the cops find him. And these aren't just any cops; they are cyborg commandos, just like he is.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a team of 5 of these guys who have shown up to take him down. Because he has one of the 7 most valuable people in the entire solar system.
And he's public enemy. It's like
It's a 2-for-1 special, really.
Yeah, like this is the most important thing right now is to get him and stop what he's doing.
Yeah.
Well, especially given what he has, which I don't has it been like partially revealed what Pyre actually is at this point?
So it hasn't been. It's revealed in the next scene exactly what it is.
Okay.
It's revealed before the Pyre MacGuffin everyone's chasing.
Yeah, because I know it's revealed as the MacGuffin, but I don't remember if I didn't remember if it was like already or if it's about to be revealed what exactly it does.
Like Dagenham, Pristane, and everyone. That actually, there's a great character moment for Pristane, right? Because the whole idea behind that scene, again, like I said before, is like now the war is being taken to them. Now they have to deal with it directly. Like they've been bombed. They don't know if another bomb is going to drop on another planet, on Venus, or if it's going to hit Earth again. And they're discussing, like, what do we do? What's the strategy? Where's the Pyre and all this? And then,
did we finish up with like talking about like him direct aftermath where we want to move on to the next scene, or
what with the commandos?
With the commandos and stuff, yeah.
It's a really cool scene with the commandos. He's got the kid in his arm. He accelerates up to 5 times speed, and so he's got the kid in his arm, so the commandos can't shoot him.
and any like collision at 5 times speed is instantly going to kill both the kids
Right,
and
that's why they
probably.
don't want to do anything to him because they they don't want him to
So,
die. and-
quick note.
Yeah.
By the way, writers and directors and everything, this is how you have a fight scene with guns, and everybody has to just use melee and stuff instead. Make a reason. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, have there be some sort of other stakes to make the guns almost make it even the playing field, make it difficult to use the guns, give it a reason why you wouldn't. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is, on top of it being with the kid, it's set in very tight hallways and corridors with a bunch of basically zombie people wandering around. None of these commandos just want to gun down the people in here. They might not like what's going on, but these still are technically people, and they don't want to deal with the moral implications of shooting these guys randomly. So it's another way
Also,
you can get around, a scene like this. Just it's very excellently crafted to set up so Goalie Foil not only has a chance, but has the best advantages possible to win this fight scene. So instead of coming across as he took on 24 Marines in a fist fight when they were 200 yards away from him. That's how he did it? Oh, that makes sense. By the way, this is why all the John Wick movies suck after the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Fight me, chat. Fight me.
Hi, Jojo. Hi, kitty.
Sorry.
What?
Anywho,
Okay.
so he basically manages to get into a ship. The Earth people nuke the outer systems right at this exact moment. And they nuke the living piss out of him, which is how he finally manages to escape in his ship. He turns basically an acceleration of 10 Gs on, and is immediately thrown to the ship, back of the ship, and nearly crushed. And nearly dies and blacks out in agony. That's pretty much that for that scene.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good scene.
What about the meeting between Dagenham, Yavel, Pristane, all of them? They kind of get together and they're like, what are we gonna do? Right?
That's after this. That's what happens in the
that is
meeting.
not happening.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Are we ready for that?
We did mess up earlier when he was jaunting after the New Year's thing. He went to Old St. Paul's, right?
Patrick's.
Pets.
Yeah, he went there.
Yeah.
We mentioned
Important to
that.
remember that for later.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it does play a role.
Jaunting. I don't think he talked about he went to Old St. Paul's specifically.
No, we mentioned
Pat,
it.
we did talk about Pat.
Yeah,
we talked about
we mentioned that, and it was part of the reason why it was interesting that the whole circus got driven out of there by the explosion and everything. It was briefly mentioned that he went there and then he went walking the streets and met with the Jack Jaunters. Yeah, it was part of the book.
It gave Pops another excuse to talk about the religious symbology of the book.
Yeah.
And I was correct, yeah.
I didn't say you're incorrect. I'm saying it gave you another excuse. You love talking about it, and it gave you an excuse to talk about it. I'm not dissing it. I'm saying it gave you an excuse to talk about it.
I know. So what happens next?
Well, he gets picked up by some random people who he doesn't know, and it turns out to be none other than Olivia on the Vorga itself who picks him up.
Yes.
Which is so funny for so many reasons.
Now here's a funny thing. This is almost there's a theme throughout kind of the second part, when the later part of the second part, especially with Robin being involved, that we see is almost a theme of first of all, wrongdoing, and then you feel guilt, and then redemption. Now this is almost a weird kind of pseudo redemption where the Vorga is the one to pick him up, but also it's Olivia doing it. So it's is it really, I guess it's kind of redemption for her righting the wrongs, but at the same time, she's only doing it out of her
It's not a redemption. It's not a redemption.
It's very, yeah.
Olivia's doing it for very bad reasons.
Yeah,
it's weird like that.
Which makes it much more interesting. Why?
Absolutely. If she was being if she was guilty, it'd be so boring. But this is much more.
Mm-hmm.
Pseudo redemption showing up here.
Yes, there is.
This is a redemption. but the details show it's not. Which is why it's ironic what Foyle is doing. This is why he has a change of heart soon, not just because she sucks, but because she is doing to him right now what he's been doing throughout the entire story so far. It's not a true sense of justice and redemption he wants. It's vengeance. It's selfish what he wants. Instead of us celebrating, oh look, here's Olivia. She's saving him in the ship that condemned him. Wow, how great is this? We understand immediately she is selfish. She's just using the tools at her advantage. And if anything, this is an insult to him to be rescued in this thing.
Well, yeah, not only that, but she's immediately like, oh, this is perfect. I have you're doing this. Now we can go around the galaxy, just be horrible to everyone, be the complete monsters that we are. And when Gully is confronted with basically just a mirror image of how he's been the entire book, he's like,
he's horrified.
He's
like,
horrible.
this is the worst thing ever. I am an irredeemable monster.
Again, I want to mention on the idea that this is almost like the way that like somebody who like is like faking penance, like a fake redemption, a pseudo redemption. Yeah. When he asks her like, why is it the Vorga that you picked me up on? She's like, well, it was just the one ship that was available. She's like, I would have picked you up on any ship, but it just happened to be the Vorga.
Yeah, it just was. Yeah.
So it's like, it's almost like it's almost like
story. This is the
forcing.
Where,
it's trying to force.
Realizes, hang on a second. There's the thing that I've been proclaiming as justice is unjust. I'm not seeking justice. I was seeking personal vendetta. Everybody thought the stories were telling him this, but now it's thrown in his face. The same exact thing of things just being used. There's symbology not mattering. The whole story, he's been doing this to other people. Now it's all thrust in his face.
Her almost monologue about who she is really, really good. It's in this chapter, her monologue about who she is and who she believes Gully to be and who Gully was 1 second ago is great. It's a fantastic monologue.
So good.
And it also, I don't remember if it's kind of if it's here later on, but I mean they even mention like the earlier one-off line to Prestane gives to Foyle where he's like, oh the Prestanes, we've always been like a bit rowdy and like
rough around the edges.
Rough around the edges. It comes to roost in this with where she's been going off. Doing all this, stuff behind everyone's back.
Monster.
And
absolute
monster. That her
he talks about it like
the blood and money, dude.
They're spiritually wrong as a family. It's kind of like I know it's going to make Pops groan, but it's like in Game of Thrones where they talk about when a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin. It's that same like mythology behind what's going on with the family, the Prestane family here. Some of them have terrible vices, and some of their vices require blood. And it's so thematic. It's just, wow, you hear that, that's awesome.
Well, it's one of those things, I think, I don't know if we mentioned it before, but the first conversation he has with Prestane, he goes, we share our vices, they are blood and money. And as he's with Olivia, he's like,
that's what it is. Yeah.
All you care about is...
It was rough around the edges and blood and money. That's what it was. That was the term. Those were the two ones.
This is a really pivotal line in the book. I've been a tiger all my life. I trained myself, educated myself, pulled myself up by my stripes to make me a stronger tiger, with longer claw and a sharper tooth, quick and deadly. And you are the deadliest. No, I'm not. I went too far. I went beyond simplicity. I turned myself into a thinking creature. I think that's a fantastic line of him explaining himself and explaining the exact corner around which he is going and
I said at the beginning of the book, this is him going from basically an animal to achieving intelligence to achieving true enlightenment. This is the moment where his enlightenment starts to be reached. He is too smart, he's experienced too much, and he has too much knowledge now to simply accept the ignorance of the animal that he's been wallowing in. He's been forced to confront, through his knowledge and his experience, the fact of the world and the fact that he was wrong about it. Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Why this isn't a movie yet, I have no idea.
It really should be.
Well, it's it's too interesting and nuanced for Hollywood. I say that, I mean, usually when I say that, I'm being like very insulting and an asshole. But like, really, how do you portray like all of these different layers? It's really not an easy ask to portray on the big
Oh, I
screen.
disagree. It's very easy, especially the current age of television. And even if you go back probably a decade to when it was like more like the golden age of TV, this would have been a killer miniseries. I know why we all hate Netflix right now because they suck, but this would be a fantastic 4, maybe 6 episode miniseries on Netflix.
I disagree. Netflix is hit or miss, but
Yeah, they're
more to the
terrible now,
point,
but,
I think.
But the way you'd film it, think about Band of Brothers. Band of Brothers is the go-to thing that I would say that this should be more like. But Band of Brothers is way more complicated than this is. You could easily
the thing with
have
this
this be an animated thing on Netflix that's a few episodes, hour long each, and crush it.
Oh, definitely. The thing that I think is kind of it's the same thing with I'd say probably a couple sci-fi things. Like I think Adore in the Summer probably might fall into the same thing where like it's
Japanese
early
adaptation that we'll watch
sci-fi.
for the channel members one of these days.
Freaking say less. But like it's in this weird it's in the I think I even mention it in the beginning of the audiobook in the speech that's in it, and I think it's in the preface probably. I think Pag mentions it in the preface of the copy he has, where it's a little bit in its own time of like what it thinks the future is, so it makes it harder to adapt than like a lot of modern stuff because you probably would want to there'd be some updating that would need to be done. It's hard to say what would need to be updated.
Well, they don't have like really computers like we do. Like
that's kind of what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like it's in the, like it's very much sci-fi of the time.
Exactly.
Like it's really good. Don't get me wrong, but it's very much sci-fi of
I don't
the
think
time.
You need the computers though.
Yeah, you really don't think you need. At least they don't need to like. I think we all know there are certain character actions that would make this unacceptable to the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the mainstream could handle.
I don't know if you made them sufficiently porny, they'd probably be okay with it. They got away with it in Game of Thrones all the time, so
yeah.
You just have to make it sufficiently pornographic, and they'll be like, "All right."
All right, and then the only other big thing I would have that might cause problems, because I mean, if you want to set up a world where it's like computers aren't that relevant, it's like whatever, dude, go for it. Like maybe you're colonizing other planets, they're just not there yet. But the other thing is,
I don't see the computers fundamentally change the story that much. I understand that there's certain parts of the story that would have to account for it, but even jaunting, you have to do the math in your head. All you have to say for that is jaunting works on a metaphysical personal level. You can't have a computer crush the math for you. It just doesn't work. They've tried that before.
And then
I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe it'd be easy to adapt. I don't know.
Well,
I think it could
easy. Just look at the story as told. What point would modern technology have fundamentally changed any of this? You might say, "Oh, well, the sneak attack couldn't have gone off." Yeah, it could. They just jammed the technology. You know, any satellites and stuff got jammed when they did a sneak attack. It's not that difficult to have. You know, any technology that we would have that could like mess up some of the smaller details of the story could easily just be retconned by another piece of tech that's more advanced or that turns that off or something along those lines.
Maybe.
Mm.
You know,
anyways, back to wherever in the story we're, because we're getting off track. And I want to talk about the story more.
Yes.
What about what happens in the story, does?
What is?
I don't remember.
The very next thing is the one you've been wanting to talk about. Yang Yoville and Prestane talking to one another, and Jizz showing up, everyone getting jizzed on.
Everyone's in the room. They're all getting
is
jizzed
there
on.
well.
Yeah, Dagenham is there.
Jizz is there. Dagenham is there. The black woman's there.
The whole deal at this point. This, Des, please. Is this when we find out the actual function of Pyre? Right?
Yes, this is definitely.
I believe so. Yes.
Yes. This is the moment.
That's an important thing. So we find out that pyre is essentially called psychokinetic substance, right?
Yeah.
Let's see.
What
It's
Those are good lines.
Yeah, so what that means is that like it can be activated by what Pristine says, I think, by the will and the idea, right? Something like, does he say will and idea? It's something an idea.
Yeah, as the original energy was generated in the beginning, or well, how is the energy released? As the original energy was generated in the beginning of time, Pristine droned, through will and idea.
Will and idea,
Oh.
yes. So basically, it's like almost a way for what we see them as the higher classes to play God by generating this new like energy through will and idea, and it's this entirely new concept to them and everything. So Pristine, I think, is the only one that knows about it. But what's interesting as far as a character moment for Pristine, as far as like being the selfish guy who's totally about his own money and his own estate, there's a moment where Dagenham is like, he's like, we're going to lose this war. We have to get the pyre. We have to talk to Foyle. He's the only one who knows where it is and everything. And Pristine, he just goes, or we could surrender. And they're like, yeah, like, dude, it's like literally like he only cares about like his own possessions and his own wealth. Like he's like, yeah, I'll surrender. Like I belong to no nation. Like I don't care. Like
Yeah. What will preserve my assets? Surrender? That sounds pretty good to me then.
yeah, it's literally the same way. Like Shadow Goat said before about the way that he almost is like the embodiment of like a corporation, like a big thing that's like a machine, really, that's just generating wealth for himself.
Yeah. And if for corporations, it doesn't matter. There's been plenty of times in history when there's a regime change and corporations are like, okay, sure, whatever.
Sounds good.
It doesn't.
One that just really shows you just how crazy it is. My dad used to work for Michelin Tires. He was a top salesman for them for a while there, and they had a story where they explained just how malleable you should be as a corporation. Rubber trees take something like 60 years to grow to the point where you can actually get rubber off of them. So when the Japanese showed up in Burma and started taking the plantations over, the Michelin employees just came up to them and said, hey, because the Japanese are burning all the stuff around. They said, if you protect our trees and don't let the Allies burn them and you don't burn them down, we'll just sell you the rubber, no problem. Because the trees take so long to grow that you destroy the company if they just like tried to not work with the Japanese. So they ended up, just completely within, the minute the Japanese showed up, just started giving rubber to them immediately. It's fascinating, isn't it? How this French company just surrendered immediately the moment that the Japanese showed up, because they were like, well, the corporate interests matter more than the empire that we're fighting. Because had they not done that, the Japanese didn't have enough rubber. Because the Allies planned to burn the rubber trees, which would have made it so the Japanese didn't have tanks, they couldn't have tires, they couldn't have a lot of stuff going. It probably would have ended the war in Japan a few years earlier, maybe. But yeah, fascinating, isn't it?
That would be fascinating and interesting, but you let in a little detail that makes it all come together. They were French. Okay, it was all.
That's also true. Yeah.
I wish it was true. I wish it was just their French, but
no. I got you.
Hang on, so Des, you're gonna get some Frenchophiles. I have to defend them for a second. France technically is
called Francophiles.
Well, no, this is Francophiles. Yes, problem.
Yeah.
France technically has the most wins of any country on Earth. It's very unfortunate, but it's true.
No, duh. France was doing great until Napoleon, and then they've just been taking L's ever since.
No. First of all, France has never won anything without the help of A, America, or B, a woman.
Okay, Charlemagne. You know what? I'm literally you're making me make a Gaylor argument, and I hate that.
That guy was more than French. He transcends. He was not French. His name just sounds French.
Frankish. I'll allow that. I'll allow that just to go against Gaylor.
Yeah. Anyway, listen.
But the French have had lots of battles. Fortunately.
Anyway, Pristine Frenchman. Pristine of France. Pristine. Literally, with that quote alone, with that or we could just surrender. Like it literally represents that kind of basilisk serpent, totally absorbed in his own wealth on the earth. Right? Mechanical, robotic, only cares about material things, which is different from what we're going to see later and how pyre ends up being used. Right. So he explains what pyre is to the folks, and they're all like, "Oh my goodness, we can't let this thing go. And even Jizz hears it, which ends up playing a role later on.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, you just need to do enough psychic damage to this material, and then it's basically a nuke. Better than a nuke.
Like a
Yeah,
turbo ultra.
Yeah, I was gonna
Well,
say. I said nuke, and then I thought about it. I'm like, this is way worse than a nuke. What am I saying?
You
This is
think
way
at it,
worse than a nuke.
you think at it, and it explodes. It's
Like I said,
a
psychic
very
damage.
cool
You
concept.
do some psychic damage, and then it makes a bigger nuke.
I do want to point out real quick for chat. It's quite funny. We're at the part of the comic where he's going to Mars, and just watching him smack around this child on these old comic style is just outstanding. I love it.
Oh, it's great.
He deserves it.
Yeah,
You fucking whiny little stinker.
he was very whiny.
I imagined him wrinklier. I don't know. I thought in the book they described him as wrinkly. I don't know if they changed that in the comic.
Well, he is. Look at his neck.
Okay, but I was imagining way grosser. I was imagining like a mummy man, like a little mummy child with gray skin.
I had the narrator whining in my ear, so I was always thinking about an annoying little kid.
I
perfectly
audiobooked
fits
this
into what
part
I
too. I hated his kid so much. Narrator successfully made me hate his child.
Yeah.
I didn't. I thought he served his purpose pretty well.
Yeah.
He served the
he's fine.
purpose. I'm
Yeah,
not denying that. But
It's
his
fine.
purpose is being
I'm sorry, we're sidetracked
I'll-
again. We're almost done, boys.
Okay.
All right. So we now discover what Pyre is. Pyre is obviously going to be used as a weapon when thrown into the wrong hands, as far as we know from these people, and they want to use it to essentially play God by creating energy out of their own willpower. And they're the only ones to this point who know about it. All right? So what happens next?
To win the war.
So what happens next is, does he go back to St. Pat's at this point?
No, he immediately gives himself up.
Yeah, he
Oh, yeah, he goes
up
to
the house.
Sheffield.
He goes
yeah.
to Sheffield. Yes.
I like Sheffield.
He confesses all of his crimes and tells him everything.
Wait,
Sheffield
did we
is
mention
off-
because at this point, do they have Pyre? Prestane and crew?
No, they do not.
No, they know.
Okay.
They know that Foil has access to it, but they know what it is, but they don't have it. Right?
Okay.
They know that they need Foil, and they know now that they need Foil alive, so that he can show them where it is and everything. But now Foil, the chapter opens. Is it the chapter? The scene, whatever. It opens with Sheffield, who's like a guy who works in the office with the municipal folks above the intelligence people with Yavel, right? So he works kind of in the same building with them, but he's secretly a double agent, isn't he, for the Outer Planets?
You spoil it.
Yes,
because
he
it's
goes
such a
to-
good reveal, you piece of crap. It's revealed so much better in the book. Because
It
the
happens
thing
in
that
the same
happened.
scene.
No, it's in the same scene, but you have to say it in the correct order. So what happens is
You gotta
goalie
do it then.
sits down.
Do it. Find a better way.
Shut. I'm gonna explain.
Find a better way to say it.
So what happens is goalie is like in the room, like Sheffield comes in, and then he basically goes on this big diatribe. He's like, "I'm the
That's
worst
the
thing
opposite
ever.
of what happened.
I'm going to hell." No, he literally spills his guts, and then he's like, "Yeah, by the way,
Sheffield is in the room first, and then Foil comes in.
okay,
First
either
of all-
way." Look, he
He
might
does
be in the
spill
room
his
first. It doesn't matter. He spills his guts first, which is the important thing, and then reveals that he's evil.
No, first of all, Sheffield is in his office, and his assistant comes in, and she's like, "Mr. Sheffield, something's going on," and he's like,
Her name
"What do
is
you want?"
Bunny.
Oh yeah, Bunny. He's like, "Can it not wait till tomorrow?" And she's like, "There's a man saying he needs to see you. He gave me this envelope." And the envelope just says urgent, and he tears it open. But around the same time, I think Foil comes in, and he's like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I gotta confess a whole bunch of stuff." And he's like, "What'd you do?" And he's like, "Murder, R word that rhymes with grape, genocide." And he's like, okay. Is that all?
Anything else? And he's like, yeah, probably.
And then so then Bunny comes back in, and he doesn't recognize him at all. But now he's on the wanted posters as far as like 4 Mile is Foil. That's public knowledge to some extent. And Bunny comes back in, and they're like, "Don't you recognize him? That's goalie Foil." And so a trigger actually gets set off in Sheffield's brain at that point, right?
Yeah. He's been
So
hypnotically fulminated.
Yep.
I love
so
that term.
he jumps into action. What's the term? Say it again for the audience.
He's been hypnotically fulminated and triggered for this moment.
There you go. So he jumps in without even thinking. He can't even control himself. He's been hypnotized to do this. He basically apprehends Foil, and he's like, tell me where the pyre is, right?
Pretty much. He immediately beats the piss out of him.
Because you first said that you revealed first that he was part of the not Earth people. When the
there's something.
He spills his guts first. It's so good because he's like, yeah. By the way, I did this thing bad, this thing bad, this thing bad, this thing bad, and then he's like, oh, is that all? And then he's like, and then Bunny comes in. It's like, yo, is that freaking Gully Foil? What the hell? And then then it's like, oh, by the way, I'm part of the not Earth people. You're gonna tell me how we're gonna win the war. It's like, frick. This is the one thing we did not want to happen.
Yeah, and it's another moment. It's another moment where the quote-unquote high class is described as being like robotic because it says he bashed Gully Foil coldly, efficiently, right? And so he's got Foil pretty much in his grasp, but then I think they jaunt to St. Pat's before Bunny can tell anyone else what's going on, right?
Yeah.
They go
immediately. He slings Foil over his shoulder and jaunts to old St. Pat's. Which is a cathedral in the site
Bunny,
of one
I think,
of Gully
tries to follow them, but
that's revealed in the next scene. So I think if I don't know if there's something in between, but in the next scene, Bunny starts yelling like "Yavel, Yavel, Gully Foil was here, Gully Foil," right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Yavel is like, "What happened?" And he's like, "They jaunted him and Sheffield. Sheffield was a double agent," and he's like, "You're an amateur. Why didn't you tell me?" And he's like, I found them. They're at St. Pat's, right?
Are you sure that they don't have the pyre? Because I'm pretty sure the scene before this.
No, they don't have the pyre, but they're turning on the pyre to find it.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Because I'm
they have a discussion with trying to activate a little part of it because maybe he's got a small piece of it somewhere we can turn on, and when that explosion goes off, we can find the rest of it.
Okay, that's what it was. Because I'm like, Robin is about to start off a nuke. When do they talk about that? Because it must have been the previous scene. Because Robin's like, I don't know, we can try and do it. And Robin is deciding vote. Do we do this nuke or do we believe in Foil? And then eventually they're like, screw Foil. Foil's going to disappoint us. And Foil's never done anything good in his life. And then Bunny comes in, and then Bunny goes to, I don't remember, I think it's Yovel, and he's like, don't do the nuke! And then,
So there's a couple of things that happen. First of all, did we talk about the fact that when the lawyer beats up Foil, he talks about what actually happened on the ship?
No, we didn't. That's also very important.
Very important. Foil has a secret superpower and is god.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, it's really cool that you have the pirate, but you have something even better. We didn't drop you off why would we drop you off at the Nomad? That place is useless. We dropped you off on a space lane to try and get people to pick you up and then rob them. You jaunted back to the Nomad.
Yeah, you space jaunted.
600,000 miles, he says. He goes, we left you out there to float so that ships would come by to pick you up. He goes, you were telepathically sending out distress signals, something like that. And he's like, and then you just disappeared back to the Nomad. And then Foil, again, his entire perspective is just shattered. And he realizes at once kind of what he's been doing as far as the quest for vengeance has been mistaken. And also on top of that he has this incredible power that he didn't even realize it. It takes this guy to explain it to him.
Also, he would have never discovered this power because if you remember all the way at the beginning of the book, Foil was an uninteresting, ununique, unimportant, nobody. He never applied himself. He never did anything. He wasn't set up for any promotions. He was destined to be a grunt forever. And while we're learning,
the common man,
the common man, and we're learning all this, after he's already space jaunted, after he's already done something no one else in the world is. It's not, and I think that's another
More
very
than that,
interesting. Yeah.
No, I like.
It's implied that he was like unconscious while doing it too, because he doesn't even remember doing it. Like he has to get told to him, because like they're like, yeah, we left you out to die, and you just jaunted, 6, whatever millions of
Billion
miles,
whatever.
Yeah.
So that show, like, it goes to show like the kind of awakening that he went through. The reveal is that he had it in himself all along, which is great.
Well, not only that, it perfectly ties into how jaunting was discovered in the first place. Because jaunting, if I recall correctly, at the beginning of the book, occurs because the dude was about to die or something like that, and that's what causes him to do it. And in a similar way, him being stuck in space, on some space lane, so that someone hopefully picks him up.
There's more to that, and this ties into the ending that we'll get to later. Not the part that Kid is going to complain about. The part after that, because he's the common man, and he has this miraculous power. It's kind of like that's the whole thing. Gully Foyle is a tiger. He is like this big badass. But he was also just a dude. He wasn't born into wealth. He wasn't necessarily born with superpowers. We are
going to complain about that. We are going to complain about that.
We are going to complain about that. But he has this miraculous power. It's like the common man can do anything, sort of thing. It's a very positive.
Not only has that power, but has the power that like the dude's like, who cares about Pyre? This is way more important. Like,
I also think it plays into the idea of like blue jaunting in general. The fact that he basically just did a blue jaunt out of pure desperation without even thinking about it. And it's the idea of like, if you just commit yourself to doing something without even any thought, you can kind of blind faith, as we'll see faith as the theme later, much later, apparently. We'll see that repeated, but yeah, I think that's why it's important to mention the blue jaunt, just because it represents the way that people like they think too much about things and they're worried and they're distressed and everything, versus this guy Foyle who literally is like barely conscious, about to die, just says like F it, boom, teleports,
and that's what he does.
Eventually, it helps him emerge as a greater man / creature / what have you.
Yeah, he's working on, and he works off instinct for a lot of the book, and that's what brought him to this power. The other thing that we have to mention is that when he sets off the pyre, it turns out that pyre is all over the place, and it creates all of these horrible explosions. It causes this.
Yeah, they
teleported a little bit flaked off.
Yeah, it talks about like specks going into like the garbage when they were like cutting it or whatever. They talk about specks that like went into water and went into the soil and like Texas or something like that.
Yeah, so I think when it's first described is it's like gas under the ground in like an oil rig in Texas, and it says it like burst into a 200-foot tall tower of flame, and it's like, okay, cool, pyre. Now, Des, as a history guy, you know what a pyre is as far as funeral pyres go, right?
Yeah. I don't think it's
right. So a pyre for the audience is like a funeral pyre, for example, is like a tower structure of wood that usually like you'd put a dead body on it, and usually you would burn it and burn the body, and it was like a funeral ritual. And the whole thing about it was it symbolized like purification of the soul and like a cleansing and everything. Romans did it, Greeks did it, I think Vikings did it as well. But I think it was interesting because the other theme that it kind of represents is like renewal and a transformation into some greater thing. You transcend your earthly form and everything like that. So it's almost like a rebirth. Life, death, and rebirth are in a constant cycle. And the pyre, just being named pyre, I feel like it applied really well to that theme, because basically Earth itself becomes a burning pyre once all this stuff gets activated, and then we see that people gradually kind of like, see themselves being transformed into something more than that, which happens at the end.
And it's great because the way it's done is that, it's we kind of muddle events because we forgot to talk about I wasn't really sure when it happened where Robin talks about activating, but Robin activates it just as Bunny gets in to be like, "Hey guys, by the way, Chef
Yeah, yeah.
us," and like,
So
and then Peter Yang is like running in. He's like, "Don't do the nuke. They're right there, and they have everything." And I think Bunny even like is like, by the way, apparently I don't remember if Bunny knows or talks about the jump, but he might be like, by the way, Foil, he can jaunt like a lot farther than anyone thought. Like,
I don't think that's it. I think what happens is Bunny runs in there, and he's like, they jaunted, they got out of here, and then Yavel is like,
he knows about Foil, but I don't remember if he finds out about the.
I'll tell you.
Jaunt.
I will tell you.
You will tell me. Tell me. I'm
Please.
waiting.
All right. So anyway, Bunny runs in there, and he's like, Yavel, they jaunted away, and Yavel's like, okay, why didn't you tell me? He goes, I chased him. I must have jaunted 50 times in 20 minutes, and Yavel's like, you amateur. Why didn't you tell me? And he goes, I found them. And he's like, where are they? And he tells them where they're at. And then Yavel runs away. And then the chapter ends, or whatever sequence it is.
Yeah,
it says
the chapter ends.
And it says, like, and they were interrupted by the sound of thunder, which is like, okay, now there's these huge eruptions happening all over the world. Yeah.
And
so
it describes where all the pyre was all over the world, which is just fantastic. And then, it describes the huge explosions before going right back to like, okay, so what happens to St. Pat's now?
So at St. Pat's, turns out there was an underground little shrine that was preserved by some of the more zealous Christians who didn't want to outlaw God. And so they built this excavation down there with like it's like an altar and everything. But now at the altar, Foil has kept his, what is it, like iodine, this kind of like preservative thing that keeps pyre from being accessed by the mind. It's like an iodine covering, like a big box.
It's like it's some sort of inert like lead covering or something like that.
It's a lead line box.
And the pyre
called an ILI.
The pyre came in that, by the way. He didn't like make it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we knew that. But anyway, at this point, right, is this the point where Foil now he meets up with somebody else and he eventually joins the group of the interplanet commanders, right?
No,
is that where,
no, he gets his ass kicked and the guy's like, I got you. You're going to give me the pyre and you're also going to come with me. And then they explode everything.
Yeah.
The thought goes through everything.
That's when the Burning Man appears. My bad.
Yeah, that's when the Burning Man appears once more.
Oh, okay, the Burning Man does appear.
Yeah, the Burning Man appears in the basement of St. Pat's. So this explosion happened. Foil is like, now he's like frozen in time, and I remember there's a scene, he looks before him and he sees, I think it says like the drawn and quartered body of Sheffield, like on the ground, like he's already exploded and deceased. And so now he's caught on fire. And again, like Des said, the way that jaunting was discovered going at a great distance was like a man in total desperation about to die. So Foil, his clothes, his hair, he is on fire. He's a burning man, right? And so he jaunts with the utmost capacity that he's ever had, to the extent that he ends up traveling through time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The time travel part.
When he's doing that, he's trying to do something else. I think.
He's trying to get out. He's trying to like figure things out.
Oh, that's right. He's trying to get out and not die. That's right.
Yeah.
So he keeps
going.
Time travel.
Right there.
Yep.
Well, not quite, because what happens is he jaunts from like different parts of his own experience. Basically, he's jaunting from like different aspects of reality, and his own senses get jumbled up his mind. Where it says like, I think light was perceived as sound, and then sound was perceived as light. Something like his whole, like, I think it's called what's the word? It's synesthesia. Synesthesia, which is where where the senses get jumbled up in your mind, where like the subjective becomes the objective, and then your senses get mixed up where you perceive them through other senses. Which I do think that's a legitimate thing that can happen to people.
I think it's a legitimate medical condition, from my understanding.
I think that's what happens when you get. Usually, it's when you get, let's say, aggressively beaten, You can say it's usually when you get injured badly.
Yeah.
Right. So he ends up going back in time to like re-experience and also impact.
Well,
Funny enough.
yes and no, because he does most of what he does is just going back to the moments, where the Burning Man shows up, of course.
Yeah, where we've seen
Un-
where we've seen him. But then
Until
he
the-
also gets a nice message from the future. So, I mean,
yeah, and
there's that too, where Robin's like, "I forgive you" and stuff, and also,
oh wait, yeah.
Robin's also like, by the way, you're about to like lead everyone to a good future, probably. I don't know. If it
but
worked out in our timeline, good luck.
There's so much going on because now Yavel and I think Dagenham arrive at St. Pat's, and Yavel is like, that's the Burning Man. That's the man I saw on the Spanish Stairs. Like, look at him. He's flickering back and forth. He's teleporting. He's coming back and everything. And Dagenham is like, what are you talking about? He's like, I saw that man burning on the Spanish Stairs. And so then Yavel, who now is allied with Robin, as we mentioned before, he goes, well, I don't know how to get him out of there. Like, the whole place is on fire. It's exploding. It's burning down. We need Robin to try and guide him through her telesending to tell him what to do. And it's interesting because even like her communication in his mind hits him as like this jumbled mess of sensations, and he's trying to navigate. But he ends up revisiting.
I think we've
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we long missed it, but I think because I think Prestane didn't want to help, and the thing that gets him to help is that they basically threatened his daughter, if I recall correctly, right?
I think that's
what
later.
gets him to tell them about Pyre, right?
Oh
no,
wait,
that is Prestane is long in
yeah.
the past. That
So in
this
the meeting,
we passed that, but
yeah, in the meeting scene, the people are like, Foyle was seen, doing this or something. Like Foyle got picked up, and he's like, "Where did he get picked up?"
Oh,
and
yeah, because this is how they also find it. Yeah, because along with being like, yeah, they have his daughter. That's also where he's like, by the way, your daughter has killed a lot of people. And he's like, yeah, she has.
It's revealed to him, and it's an interesting scene because everyone at that point has looked at Pristane as like the ruler who kind of sees all and knows everything that's going on throughout the earthly world, at least. And they're like, it was you. He was picked up on your ship, the Vorga, and then Dagenham is like, look at him. He's just as surprised as the rest of us. Like, he has no idea. And
That's
Pristane,
right. It was a surprise, and that's where he's like, it's the blood in us.
Yeah, Pristane is like, he's like, oh my goodness.
He mentions that he knows about her vices, though. It's not like a complete surprise for him.
Yeah, it's not a complete surprise because he talks about her vices, which is
he just didn't realize that she was busy doing a yeah.
Anyways, back to Gully going to see future Robin and future Robin giving him a pep talk.
Good times.
So Robin again. Oh yeah, it's also, we missed the part where he talks to Sheffield and he goes, I developed something that it's a sickness called a conscience, right? Where he goes and confesses everything.
No, we talked
that's
about
another.
We got that.
That's another important.
I complained about that to you because you
I
skipped
probably.
that.
I think
skipped it. It's okay.
I was probably doing something else. I don't know.
You weren't doing something else because we had a big argument about it, and I got very angry at you.
Nah, I don't remember.
It was very hot. I mean, what?
Nah, that didn't happen, bro.
Yeah, totally.
all right. So,
anyways,
we're getting
so close to that.
We're getting on
the home. So close to
the home stretch here. So Foyle goes. He revisits the scenes where he met up with the crew members of the Vorga before, and he almost acts as, once again, a foreshadowing of his future fate, as well as a guardian angel, which is the Burning Man that burnt out the cameras that would have revealed him, and the guys that would have caught him on the Spanish Stairs. He saves himself.
I believe he causes a distraction in the prison, which is why the guards don't capture him when he's.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, because he can feel, he can hear himself echo. He can hear his voice echoing down the corridors. Yeah,
Yeah, just a lot of stuff where basically he influenced things, whether directly or indirectly, much earlier in the story than he's even revealed, which is really cool.
That was
Really
super
interesting.
cool when it's revealed that it's like we haven't actually seen. We think we've seen like all.
Yeah,
the
we
Burning
think we've
Man
seen him the
encounters.
whole time. He's been done 3 other things that we just weren't revealed until this point. It's like,
Talk
oh,
about that
that's
earlier, Chad. It was a really neat reveal.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and then it is, of course, the Burning Man, as we mentioned before. It's because of his synesthesia, his weird sensations, that now the thoughts and communications of Lindsay Joyce, the slug corpse reanimated in the catacombs, he's able to hear her thoughts as a voice or as colors and as all these weird sensations, where now he's understanding her, and he's the one who can understand that it was Olivia, and that's why, again, the scene where a foil at the time approached the Burning Man, and he's like, what are you, who are you? And he's like, you're too bright, don't talk so loud, or he goes don't move so loud, right? Because movement now is approached or is perceived as light. His whole weird sensory jumbling plays a big role here, but because of that, he's able to hear the thoughts of Lindsay Joyce and reveal that it was Olivia, which he never would have known otherwise, which is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I really love the purpose that the Burning Man ended up serving, as far as advising himself of his own mission.
It's other than the fact that it's time travel and it introduces I don't remember what the paradox
problems.
is. Yeah,
Many time problems.
It introduces one of the bigger problems in sci-fi, where information is literally just created by the time travel loop.
Well, it creates even more problems for the narrative. Like, how does anything work when time travel is a thing?
Yeah.
Because we see when he goes to the future and, Robin forgives him and everything, they talk about being consorted by an expert. Maybe the expert is supposed to be him, but it kind of seems like there's just time travel experts now. So, how do they prevent...
expert was him? Because that's the thing. It's unclear.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I did not interpret it that way. I didn't interpret it as time travel to the future. I thought of him as communicating with Robin.
No. There is explicitly talking with the future Robin. There are points where it's not like he's going to the past and he's talking. There's points where he's talking with Robin, but there is a point where it's explicitly talking with future Robin, because future Robin's like, by the way, you teach everyone how to jaunt 1 billion trillion miles everywhere. You figure out how to solve everything, basically. You got this, champ. And he's like, okay, then. And and that's a big part of what he does next, which I'm sure we'll also have a somewhat, discussion on, of what he does when he comes back to the present.
Yeah. So he does all that. He ends up, saving himself on the Spanish Stairs. He ends up revealing the truth about Olivia. And then, he kind of reconnects and lives his life as it was, blah, 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 in the present tense. And then I think after that is when does he just appear in the next kind of scene where everyone's gathered up? I'm trying to remember.
He's just at St. Pat's, I think, because if I recall correctly, he immediately grabs the pyre, and I think none of us forget what happens next. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I missed anything, though.
Because the big scene where he ends up distributing the pyre, which is not a spoiler because it's about to happen.
You piece of crap! You didn't even say it the way. It's so good how it does it. You didn't. You have to lay out. You have to put the scenery. No. Listen, you did this multiple times. You can't just be and he gives out the pyre. No, it's awesome how he does it. So he doesn't just give out the pyre. He jaunts, and everyone's chased him. They're on him. They're like, we gotta get him. He's got the pyre. This is nukes, and he's giving out nukes to people, and he goes when he goes out, he goes to like the poor people, and he talks in the grunt tongue like in the beginning. He's like, me don't want here nukes, and then he goes to the rich people, and he's like, here's some nukes too. And he just goes to everyone, talks in their dialect, which he's learned and developed his skills throughout the book to be. Shut up, Pops. Look, this is a great book.
Right.
I love this.
No, he's right, but also take note about how by mentioning a very slight spoiler, Des ended up spoiling the entire rest of the book.
I didn't spoil it. I explained it. I
Yes,
went into
you did.
detail and explained
You
it.
spoiled it
Of
because
the book. It's the next like 20 pages. It's like literally what's happening.
I'm explaining in detail, step by step, what he does. What you said is closer to a spoiler. What did I skip?
No, because you skipped the scene where Foyle actually learns what pyre is, dude. Like you
learns. No. He already knows what pyre is because he learns it from.
No, he doesn't.
Sheffield.
He doesn't know.
From Sheffield, doesn't he?
No. He learns it from Jizz when he learns it from Jizz when he meets the fellas like at the bar with the robot talking to him. You remember the whole.
What happened? Is this what happens? Did I forget about this?
It's okay.
I need one of you two to be intermediary.
Yeah, because
I legitimately don't remember when he learns what pyre does. I don't remember if it was during the meeting or if it was after them or before the meeting.
I feel like Sheffield told him because Sheffield's like talking about like how important everything is. I feel like
they
already
try to
knows
recruit him. The rich people are trying to recruit him. They're like, you should,
Okay, no, never mind, Pops. You're right because I skipped the rich people trying to recruit him. I jumped right to giving it to everyone.
Because that's the whole scene where so eventually Foyle
spoiled it, but I just spoiled it in more detail. I'll say that.
I'm trying to remember what happened, if there was anything in between where he approaches them and the whole scene with the robot where it's like always a lovely day somewhere, sir.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's right, because the robot gives a piece of information. Oh my goodness, you're right.
Yep. Yeah,
you're right, because they're all discussing. They're like, what the hell is happening? And they're like, well, what do we want to do with this? It's like, we have nukes.
Yes.
And they're like, everyone's like, we should do this, we should do that, we should only we can use it, and we use it to defeat the outer people. And they're like, no one should use it. It's like between, should we use this to kill the people from outside, or should we use this, or should we just not use it? Like, are we going to become what's his name, Oppenheimer, or are we going to take the not Oppenheimer route and literally do nothing? Nothing ever happens, and they're deciding that. And then the robot says something like everyone should decide or something like that. And then you're right, ends with like have a nice day. And I think even Pristane looks at the robot because it's at his bar and he's like, what the hell just happened there? And they're like, anyways, besides that. And then Johnson.
It's an ironic thing. So what happens is so the fellas, meaning like Pristane, Yavel, Dagenham, and then just Bella are all they're all hanging out at like the bar at Weenie Hut Junior's with a robot serving them. And so then Foyle ends up coming in and the robot is just kind of like there. And it's a robot who responds to prompts. So when he hears a certain word, he just gives a certain response. And so Foyle tests him and he's like, oh, it's a bad day. And the robot goes, always a lovely day somewhere, sir. And then he goes, it's a good day. And the robot goes, always a lovely day somewhere, sir. And then he goes, day. And the robot says, always a lovely day somewhere, sir. And he turns to the men. And it's another scene where it kind of gives credence to my idea that the upper classes are almost like robotic, mechanical. Where he turns to them, he goes, that's all we are. We're just automatons waiting for a prompt to give a response. He's like, we don't even think anymore. We have no passion. We have no emotion. And then we get to the scene where they start trying to make devil's deals with him, right? So This is, if you want me to get biblical, Des, I'll do it. Because what happens is the first person to go up to him is Pristane, and Pristane is like, I want what's mine. This is a question of property. And he's like, no, it's not. I have the pyre now. I know where it is.
What about it? What are you going to do about it?
You're right. He's like, you got to appease me. And Pristane is like, I'll make you my heir. I'll do whatever you want. I'll give you all my money when I die. I'll let you work.
Can I have your daughter?
We'll become partners. And then he goes, what about your daughter? And he goes, how dare you, you scum. And he's like, no, I want your daughter. And he's like, would you give up your daughter for the pyre? And he's like, yes. And then he's like, all right, I'll think about it. And then he turns to Dagenham and he's like, Dagenham, what do you say? What do you offer me? And Dagenham's like, we'll give you glory, fame. We'll make you, we'll put you in the Hall of Fame. We'll make you, a figure, like a hero who's forever remembered for like winning the war for us and everything. If you tell us where the pyre is. And then I think the robot starts malfunctioning because Foyle starts asking questions. He's like, what's the right thing to do? I don't know. And then, funny enough, Dagenham is like, the robot says something. He's like, yes. And Foyle's like, what? And he's like, the answer to your question is yes. Like you need to put society before yourself, and you need to take care of the people first. The robot gives a whole lecture. And the funny thing is, the entire time the robot is showing compassion. He's like giving this like kind of impassioned speech about taking care of the general public and caring about the masses. And Dagenham is like, Pristane, looks like my radioactive issues have set off your robot and made it malfunction again, which is funny because the society, the high society, the rich people, the higher classes, the quote unquote tigers who are compulsive and control and oppress everyone else, they look at an impassioned speech given by a robot. They look at it and being like, caring about people is a malfunction, right? So that's an interesting thing. And then the robot is like, you need to. Oh, hang on, I have the quote.
Good, get the quote. I know I won't remember exactly what the robot says, but it's fantastic, and I remember
it's. I have it. It's a certain quote about like leading the masses, and I have it written down. Give me just a moment. The bartender robot, quote unquote, malfunctions, but he ends up giving Foyle great advice in the process before keeling over eventually. But Foyle points out the way that he and the other men of society are nothing more than robots themselves, just machines waiting to respond to a prompt. This plays into my thoughts on rich people being described as mechanical. I'm reading my notes here. Foyle challenges the masses. Hang on. Here's what the robot says. Here's what the robot tells him. He goes, don't dictate, teach. Do not dictate to people, teach people. And so that's what the robot tells Foyle. And Dagenham is like, it's gone haywire. It's gone completely haywire. That's crazy talk. But it's because they see the lower classes as like these animals to be ruled over, right? Yeah. And then he gives the whole speech, and Foyle is like, I agree with the robot. That's what we're doing. And everyone's like, no, don't do it. And then he jaunts away, and like the robot just kind of breaks.
But also everyone chases him, and then he just tosses it. Like I said already, like 20 minutes ago.
So what happens is this entire scene. Now, King, you didn't like the ending?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it's perfect for his character, and I'm sure we can get into this. I don't know how long.
I was curious which part Kit doesn't like. Doesn't he not like?
Yeah,
this
actually,
part,
I'm curious which part. Because like, there's a couple. There's a couple things.
First, you're talking about that part of the story. Okay, that's fair. Okay. I kind of agree with you.
First, we should say what it is that he does, because for me, I thought this was blatantly like Promethean.
It's very
what
Promethean.
Foyle does.
It's very stupid. It's very much in character for him.
It's amazing.
I'm not saying it's a good idea, but like
it's a horrible idea. It realistically should end in literal just end of the world, but like it's fantastic for his character. It's exactly what Goalie Pulley would do at this point. Not doubt in my mind. Him giving it away, like, it's perfect with like everything he's done. It's perfect with how he himself has been the tiger trampling over literally everyone in the book, and now he's like, it's up to you guys. I'll show you guys how to do it, but it's up to you guys. I'm giving it to you. I mean, it makes no sense because again, you're giving everyone a nuke. You need like one guy to have enough psychic power to blow it up.
But he like kind of justifies it in like his own argument against them, because what ends up
in his own mind, but like absolutely those guys are right. The nuke should not be in the hands of random people. It is not a fantastic idea.
what is it is so for context, since Dez went on kind of a rant, and I don't know if it was coherent, what Foyle ends up doing is he snatches up the pyre that he has, and he only gives out a fraction of it. He only gives out like half of it. So he's got 20 pounds, I think, and he gives out like 9 pounds of it. But he jaunts from like, the Tokyo to, Delhi in India to some other place and some other place. And he goes around the world and he speaks to them in the gutter tongue and in different languages. And he's like, Oi, I give you pyre. I challenge you. But it's very Promethean in the fact that he's like delivering unto the masses this like means by which to better themselves. But he's also doing it for reasons that are not as like parallel to Promethean as far as like a Titan trying to overthrow Zeus, because he's not really doing it so that the masses
Yes, he is.
like
Yes, he is.
over the no
Yes,
because
he's
what he's
using
doing
yeah.
it
The whole point is he's doing it so that the men on top can't make the decision anymore. The people make the decision, because now the people have their own
it's
nuke.
incredibly. He's literally defying
Is
all the authority right in front of
absolutely
him.
He is pissing on the authority. He is giving the robots of society who have been trampled on, that he personally has trampled on throughout the story. He's giving them the
Animals.
fire
The
to
animals.
fight against the Titans,
The
basically.
robots are the rich
Absolutely
people. It's the
For the-
animals that are the people. That's the.
My bad. The animals. He's giving it to the animals and
for the
overthrowing them.
context of my perspective there, just because I feel like it wasn't clear enough. And you can disagree with me after I try to explain it, but it's like the idea that Prometheus gave the fire to the human beings in order to try and overthrow the Greek gods so that the Titans could once again kind of rise again. I feel like Goalie Foyle, he's not doing it like in a selfish way, which is what I mean when I say it's not.
Okay. Yeah, he's not doing it.
You know what I mean?
Like, he's not doing
not
it
quite the same, but like
he's doing it
ultimately,
but it's very Promethean regardless. But yeah,
ultimately it has the same kind of it follows the same thing. But it's great quotes because like it shows that he's really developed this kind of compassion for the common man at that point, where there's a quote where he's like, Dagenham is like, "What have you done?" He goes, "I've given life and death back to the living and the dying." But I get it where you say that was a bad idea,
it's
because
a bit more
people
than, it's a bit more than just compassion. It's also the fact that like he, at this point in the story, he's tired, he's sick and tired. He hates the people who are willing to take that power and have been willing to take power from other people. Chief of all himself, of course, with like I said, everything and
kind of. But I feel like there's a moment in there too where he's like, he talks to all of them as they're chasing him, and he's like, you and me, we're tigers, we're compulsive. He's like, who are we to dictate what other people do? Like,
that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
I don't feel like I'm not sure if it's that he hates. I'm not sure if it's like he hates what he's become, or that he wants to elevate people to at least be capable of having that status. Like that's, I know, like
he wants to elevate them because he hates that the type of person that he has been throughout the book, not anymore because he's changed at this point, but the person that he has been that's stepping on everyone else. So he does want to level the playing field because he realizes and hates who he was, where he was stepping on everyone else.
Okay, yeah, I'll concede that. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, but believe me, as soon as because I think Dagenham is like, you just gave a loaded gun to children. It is
Dagenham is right. Dagenham does have a 100% point. He gave a loaded gun to a kid. Like, absolutely. I'm not going to disagree with that.
It was not difficult for me to understand why I felt like that could have been a bad idea, but also like the way that he's so committed to it, where he goes, well, then tell them how to use the gun. Who are we to teach them how to make decisions? Who are we to dictate this and that? Which I feel like it's totally just a disparate perspective between like our own perspective on reality as like the panel versus like the lesson that's trying to be taught.
Well, I get what the lesson is.
Because I feel like a lot of us are willing to admit that like the masses are stupid.
Well, it's a nice lesson, all, but like this is literally like libertarian. Like everyone needs their own tactical nuke to protect their property, and it's like maybe that's not a great idea. Like maybe everyone shouldn't have their own personal nuke to protect their property. Maybe that might lead to a few negative consequences.
You know, if
Yeah.
Hag was here, he would totally disagree, TM.
Ed would disagree if he was here. Thank God he's not here to disagree, and we can get through this a little bit quicker.
Shoot, I still think it's
17 minutes left before I die, and we only have, according to the pictures, 8 pages left of the comic.
You have 8 pages left. We're so
no. We'll get through it. We're good. This is literally like the end, right? So what ends up happening
very
after
close to
he blasts around the world, and so everyone is like mad at him, who's like from the upper classes. Like, what have you done? Like you've like thrown off the balance of the universe and everything. And he's like, no, you have to teach the people how to do this and that and everything. Well, here's why it's kind of again Promethean, is because at the end he ends up going back to the wreck of the Nomad on the asteroid where the science people are, right? Which is similar to the way, like, he's not dead, but also he's just waiting there to be punished. But what's funny is
isn't he not waiting there to be punished? He's like he's like figuring out how he's going to teach everyone, because he's seen as like a prophet by all the people there, if I recall correctly.
he
Like his previous wife is there, and
his wife finds him.
Yeah,
his wife finds him, but I think he's like unconscious.
Is he not? I thought he was like in like thinking, not unconscious.
No, he's like half dead, dude. Like,
is he?
I'm pretty sure she finds him and he's like just kind of knocked. And she's like, Joseph, my husband, the God man who nearly destroyed us, has returned. And Joseph is like, really? And she's like, are you going to punish him? And Joseph, like, somehow he like reads him and he's like, he'll punish himself. You know, he's got a lot on his mind or something.
This is the only ending left. This has to be the part you hate. Please tell us what happened, because me and Pops have 2 different memories of what happened.
If I missed something, yeah, but I think he kind of just is there, and I don't think he ever is mentioned that he wakes up. But he's back on the scientific people's asteroid, and then like the little poem at the end is what I remember. Like, I probably missed a thing.
Kid, go. One of you 2.
Goat, is there anything you want to say on this ending?
No. I thought the time travel was gratuitous. I thought it was cool. As an idea, but I think it was kind of poorly executed and wasn't actually it was kind of not needed to be done this way. It was very strange.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think the way that it's done, I think the way it was done made sense with the story, though. I don't really have an issue with it, because I don't think it affects the main world in a big way or anything. Like, it really is just a guy reliving parts of his own life. Like, he's basically jaunting to different periods of his own memory, or his memories like are yet to be formed. Like, he's
it's not, because he A, directly affects the memories, and B, he sees the future. So it goes both ways.
At the same time, it's still very contained in the sense that, like, he really only affects his own immediate past life or future life, and also
he doesn't.
And also he's the first, and also he's the only person who's like found capable of doing it. Like, if you just said like, oh, a guy can time travel, then you would be like it's not a casual thing.
So far. Well, the thing is, it's implied he's going to teach everyone this, because I believe one of the final lines is him being like, yeah, now he's going to teach everyone how to space jaunt and probably time travel. Like, that's part of the ending.
Because the last big line, the last big line before he kind of retires to the asteroid is he goes, you know, my name is Gully Foyle. I challenge you to become better than yourself. You know, you got a genius in yourself, and you only think crazy. You've got millions inside you, and you only spend pennies. It takes a war to make you, you know, get up off your butt and all this. And then I think he says, "I give you the stars." But I don't think he ever.
This is not him. This is not when he's giving away the pyre. This is when he's on the. This is when he's back on the Nomad. This is like the narration when he's back on the Nomad. Kind of.
Oh, you know what?
If I recall correctly, implies that he's about to teach everyone how to space jaunt in time travel, because he just did that, and he's probably going to teach everyone to do that.
You know what I just thought of? legitimately, I think maybe there's something in there that my version of the audiobook just didn't have.
Oh,
because you're describing things that I'm like, that didn't happen.
Kid, am I gaslighting him or am I like misremembering
No,
what's happening?
I believe you because obviously I've missed other things based on the version that I
Your
listened to.
Serbian guy did not help you out with this ending. It sounds like he maybe left out a few details.
He's a good dude. Be nice.
If you
Yeah,
turn
did we
your
miss
screen
anything?
to the current live stream, you'll see that the current page is cycling to 170. It's currently on 169. That is where Dagenham Hand specifically says you handed a gun to children. This is the second to last.
Oh yeah, there is.
That is where the great discrepancy happens. The last line of the second to last panel on the page as it's coming up, if you will, that is where to me in 171 the story sort of splits and shatters itself. The time travel stuff, I hated it. The Burning Man stuff, I hated it because it was time travel. Instead of simply being something like a psychic echo that he sent back, he physically was there. I don't like that. I really don't like that.
And there are a lot of ways they can that instead.
It gets worse because happening once, maybe because of a transcendental event with the pyre nearby and with all that, maybe you could have just pulled it off once. But
I was right. He's teaching everyone time travel.
But as you see, hang on. There's a scene going on, and he's handing out pyre to everybody. So from there, it's implied that it could happen more times because other people could not figure it out. Okay, so he didn't consume all the pyre. So I'm going through my thoughts as I'm reading this. So he didn't consume the pyre to time travel. That's what I thought he did at first.
It is explicit. He gives out enough pyre to like the masses, and then he comes back and it says he gave like 9 pounds of pyre back to like Pristane and them, and he goes, that should be enough to start a war. That should be enough to end a war. He gives him like 9 pounds. He gives him like half.
Pops, I'm going back to when he time traveled.
Kid was saying that his theory when he was reading it was that it would consume pyre. That's how it wouldn't be broken.
Exactly. I thought that would be a nice self-contained thing, or he'd have just like 20 pounds and he required 15 to time travel, something like that. Enough that they could, set it up for later. But no, it just happens because he's good. And then here it is,
he's just last,
thing. So he jaunted up the geodesic lines of space-time to an elsewhere, where he arrived in chaos. He hung precarious, paranal for a moment, and tumbled into chaos. He jaunted again, and again he tumbled, back into a chaos of paraspace and paratime. He was lost. I believe, he thought, I have faith. And before we get to the next page, that right there is when I realized, he can just do this now. And the art beautifully captures just how chaotic and wild the next few teleportations are. He starts bending space-time. He begins desiring that he wants to be there. He goes into the belt of Orion, burning blue-white, 548 light years from Earth, 10,000 times more luminous than the sun, a cauldron of energy encircled by 37 massive planets. He hung, freezing, suffocating in space, face to face with incredible destiny, which he believed, but he was still inconceivable. He hung in space for a blinding moment, helpless as amazed, yet as inevitable as the first guild creature come to the sea, hung gulping on the primeval beats of the history of life. He just jaunted to another galaxy, essentially, another star system. Then he goes to Lyra, 26 light years from Earth. He goes to Regal. He just starts teleporting all across. Then he could to Copernicus, and then New Albanon to Tartarus. He's just teleported to all these different planets. And you say, like, dude, what the hell's going on? You had a very tightly knit story where he's explaining what's going on. I understand what's happening. Then now he's teleporting all over the place, and all these crazy places, and then he ends up back on the Nomad. It's like, okay. And that's when we get what we're talking about with the scientific people, who are great, by the way. I love them. But it's just I'm
I
sitting there
agree.
and like
feel like-
scientific people. Oh, we need to punish.
Yeah, so he's in the corner. He's about to tell everyone that he's about to be literally teach everyone Prometheus's fire, which is a lot more than just the fire.
But also, I mean, it's how else do you think you could kind of show that transcendent like transformation from beast into man into the greater man and like into a god? Like, is there a better way to do it?
The thing is, he's about to turn everyone into a god, which
He
causes a
doesn't-
few issues.
Yeah, the turning everyone into a god thing. Another thing is his unique. He already can jaunt like through space, like super far. It doesn't have to be through time, though.
Yeah, time is a very different thing too.
Yeah,
But the idea that he jaunted through, he space jaunted as per Sheffield, that he space jaunted his huge distance. That shows that he did it well unconsciously. That people are capable of it, but they haven't discovered it yet. Versus him like discovering that he can.
So
We're not talking about jumping. We're talking about time travel. This is
It's
very
different.
This is like
It's
What if-
different.
what if for the transcendental moment, what if instead it turns out that he's developed over the course of the story, which is why the man on fire only appears later, the psychic ability to project his soul out of his body, and the reason it's on fire is because it's like holy fire and it's burning bright and all of this stuff, and he's like literally transcending his body, and the final moment is he becomes the Burning Man permanently. He permanently goes from like transmitting an entity out of his mind to becoming the entity. That would give you the exact same thing. You would have all of the same symbol. You could have all this interesting stuff. You could use what's already in the story, and you don't have to mess up the plot with time travel.
I would say no.
exactly.
The last
Prepare,
line. Hang on.
prepare to wait
Hang
the
on.
awakening.
Yes,
exactly. That's what I remember.
Yeah, that's the last line here. I'm gonna scroll back up here. I'm gonna zoom in for everybody in chat. This is important.
Please,
This to me is
if I may,
changes
really.
everything. You cannot punish him.
Because
No, he is dreaming. Presently, he will wake us and tell us his thoughts. Then you'll punish him. He has already found it himself, Joseph said. He settled down outside the locker. The girl ran up to the twisted corridor and returned a few moments later with a bowl of warm water. She bathed Foyle gently, and she settled alongside Joseph, alongside the world, prepared to await the awakening. That right there, the world is preparing to await his awakening. That's
that. He's about to tell everyone how to time travel. Like that is inevitable.
But also, here's why it's important that he has the capability to do those things, because as he transcends into quote unquote godhood, he becomes like omniscient. He doesn't see things as they are in the present. He perceives the past and the future. He perceives everything in existence at once as all time. He sees things like from the mountaintop over the rest of the world versus people who are stuck down there.
Yeah,
he can see more.
That wouldn't be an issue until he teaches literally everyone how to do that, and it takes one crackhead to do God knows what.
Well, not just that. I'm going to talk for myself.
He doesn't.
Well, hang on.
He's about to teach
specifically why it bothered me a bit. The story sets
doesn't
up several rules, several things that say this is how this works, this is how this functions, and this feels to me more like a subversion than a building upon what it was set up into it. Instead of allowing him to fully leave, like Shadow brought up a point where he's like, Gully leaves his body, essentially becomes a transcendental being. Okay, that theoretically could work as an ending. I don't think I would even be happy with that. I think that Gully Foyle existing as like this asleep coma at the end here, ready to teach others how to jaunt across the universe and how to jaunt with time travel. It just feels like the story is...
That's fine. That's fine, because it doesn't actually happen in the story. Because what he does is he doesn't show them how to do it. He gives them the resources by which to do it, and he challenges them to learn how to transcend their status as a common man and become what he has. He gives them the resources to do it and the knowledge to do it. He doesn't actually teach them in the story itself.
The line prepared for the awakening, he's gonna teach them. Like, I don't know what you think he's gonna do when he awakes, but it
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think he's gonna do, because he
doesn't matter.
do it. The story
it absolutely matters what he's about to do.
he challenges them to learn how to do it as he did. He doesn't actually like walk them through it and say step by step, hey, here's time travel. No, he says you're capable of this and I'm giving you the resources to do it. He doesn't actually like be like, oh, let me hold your hand and jump through time with you. No, it doesn't.
That still ends in the same issue. That ends in the same issue.
If people can learn, if everyone can learn how to time travel, it causes the exact same issue.
It
doesn't matter how
it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. People are capable of learning how to do it, which is he's passing the knowledge down to them and the resources, and he's challenging them to learn how to do it and transcend. But he doesn't know because it doesn't happen. It doesn't actually happen. Look, there are plenty of people.
Something else. It doesn't have to be time travel.
Don't do time travel.
He could have been giving people a different transcendental power.
Just have him, like, you already have the jumping. Just keep it at the long jumping of billions of trillions of quadrillions of miles in, like, less than a second. Literally instantaneously. Just keep it that. Or literally just being able to time travel time travel, jeez. What's it called? Just travel wherever they want, because that's what he does at the end. He travels to... what's his face? The whatever place that he's never been to, the middle of space, to see the star or whatever. Like, just have him do that. That's still like
40 different star systems.
Exactly. Like, that's still an immense amount of power without being time travel levels of power, which is beyond that, of course.
I kind of agree, because ultimately, like, if you give that like resource to people, it's going to end up being the same thing. Like, you know how libertarian ends up having the same effects as like communism, where it's like ultimately a small amount of people control all the resources. Like, it is going to end up being the same thing in the long term, where like ultimately the people who have the tiger spirit are going to be the ones who learn how to do what he does and like transcend to become greater versus like oppressing the rest.
That's also a problem. Is that like
I get that,
like all
the
talk of
long term as a problem.
Are gonna take that up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I get how that doesn't quite make sense as far as like, well, what happens next in the longer term. But as far as the story itself and the lesson it teaches and the character arc, I still think is valid.
If you can't, the lesson has to be permanent, and if the lesson falls apart like 5 minutes after the lesson is taught, it's a bad lesson.
I don't think I think this book is good enough that even with it kind of falling on its face for the ending, I still really love this book. Like,
I love this book. I would recommend this a million times. But like,
I just think the ending, it needed to cook more. You know, it wasn't. It's really, really kind of like a fall flat for us.
I think I'm not sure it's cooking that's the issue. I think the problem is he has a lesson and he's been like cooking it for the entire story. The problem is the story that he's told, the lesson does not fit for it. Like, if you think about the lesson for a little bit, the lesson does not hold up very well to scrutiny. That's the problem.
You know what? I do kind of agree with that, because like I said before, the way that the pace picks way up in part 2, we do see him kind of develop a conscience and everything, like in the span of like 3 or 4 scenes. Like, it happens right away. Like, he sees Kempsey die and he feels bad, and then like he goes to the party and everything, and then he like, it's not very long after, or at least it didn't feel like very long after, they went to Sheffield and it's like, I want to confess everything. So I feel like maybe it was rushed as far as pacing goes. A little bit in part 2.
I think it's just as the listener wanted to say.
It's hard to, yeah. I don't know. I know the pacing really picked up, but that might have just been because there's so much happening at one time.
I think it's because it's the climax, so there's just a lot happening, near the end. Where I think the true issue is he's had this, message, and he's been doing it really good for most of the book. But the ending with all the it's sci-fi, but near the end, it's like basically fantasy almost. Like, it's basically magic. I know Pag is screaming right now, but he's not here, so he can't scream at me.
Well, he's probably sleeping. He's going to be screaming tomorrow morning.
Exactly. That's my point. My point is he's not screaming at me right now. That's the
Yeah.
important thing.
I'm not doing the due diligence, so I'm trying to represent the people who like this book regardless of the ending here. And it's
Look,
three
I
on.
like this book regardless of the ending, but the ending is
Yeah, well,
problem.
yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
Des, you write a lot of stuff, so you know how to do this sort of thing.
I write stuff.
Yeah. You know
No, I don't.
about paper.
I read stuff. I don't write stuff.
Yeah, like I was saying. Shoot. Okay. Is there anything more we want to touch on the theme of faith real quick because I still think it's important?
If you want to touch on any more themes, do a little wrap up. I'm all good. I mean, I'm satisfied now. We talked about the whole story. We got our thoughts out there. It was a grand old time. We said we were like, oh yeah, we'll be done in like 40 minutes. It took us like 30, 40 minutes. It took us another hour and a half. From that 30 minutes, and turned into 2 hours. God bless Nebula for giving all of his time to us.
Yeah, shout out to that guy. We love you, Nebula. This is the last book club, Nebula. We'll never
Nebula
have to do
is not gonna hear any of this. There is not like if he does, like I'm gonna eat my words. I'm not gonna lie. But like this is the longest stream. This was like I think the longest one before was like 3 hours. This is 4 hours, and like this is part 2 of an already like 3 hour stream. Part 1, but I mean it's a great book. It deserves it absolutely. It's a fantastic book.
Good. Anyway, yeah, so right at the end, Foyle is like, blah, blah, blah. Should we have faith? What do we need to have faith in? And then he's like answering his own question as he like flies from place to place. He's like, faith in faith. He's like, it doesn't matter what you have faith in. What matters is that you have faith in like the fact that a good outcome can happen and that you have faith. Basically, in the subtext, I interpret it as like faith in your own will to like, better yourself and become greater and everything.
It's more of like faith in the general the populace.
I'm probably
because
wrong.
it's taking power away from it's taking away the power a lot, like the entire power of like the upper class, the elites, and just giving it to the people and saying, I have faith that you're not gonna destroy everything. Now that's again, I think it falls apart because like especially with Pyre, where like you might have it would be better if it was like I don't know, maybe it is hard enough to do that it's not that big of an issue, but like if someone thinks hard enough, like they're about to kill literally everyone there. So like
let me try and put this in different words though, because the idea of faith in oneself is not quite the thing that I was trying to express. The idea of like faith in faith, the idea that like there is something greater that you should always pursue, which kind of plays into the idea that characters try to off themselves multiple times. Having faith in the sense that like there is a reason to go on, there is a reason to persevere and everything, which I mean Foyle perseveres probably the hardest things of anyone. I mean he gets burned alive, and that was after he spent 6 months isolated in darkness. There was something else. Des, what did you say before? Because I'm trying to word associate I totally forgot
about the faith of the people and stuff.
Faith of the people. Let me think. Yeah, because he challenges them basically to become greater than what they are, and the idea that
he gives them. He literally, in the words of I think it's Dagenham. You said so. He's giving the kid the gun, and he's trusting the kid not to A, shoot himself in the head, and B, not shoot anyone else in the head.
Okay, but that also plays into what the robot told him in that one scene where it says like, "Don't."
That's why the robot is what convinces him to give the kid the handgun.
Don't dictate, teach. He goes, if you want people to become greater, you spend millions on defense and not a penny on survival, I think was the quote. But it was basically like, if you want people to be better than what they are and you don't have to worry about them uprising and all this, he's like, teach them how to take care of themselves. People will take care of themselves. That's a badly phrased interpretation of what I'm trying to say.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm saying what the book
I know.
Saying.
I kind of lost it. I'm sorry. I'm losing it here. I've been on here for too long.
You're saying that you're tired after the 4-hour stream. Fake stream. Fake
no.
stream.
Not even
Kill this guy.
not real endurance. Not a real endurance
Yeah.
streamer. Sad.
How are
Oh,
you
yeah.
gonna do the 6-hour stream on?
How are you gonna dissect a video for 12 hours, Pops?
Yeah, what
Well,
the
it's because
hell?
I'm used to ranting and hearing everyone go and then having no pushback. This
the
is the
problem
only
is,
thing where I had any pushback.
I'm passionate about this book. I know this book, kinda. I love this book, so I'm like, no, it's this, and this, and you're like, oh frick. I actually have opinions on this one, so I'm not just going,
You should be. Dude, yeah, it was something about the idea of Foil. He challenges them to become greater, Promethean, If I don't remember it, I don't remember.
It's just
I'll DM you. All right, like
perfect.
when it comes back to me, because it's legitimately bothering me. I had something to say, but
You'll get it. I believe in you.
it was just a point as far as like the way that Foil's characterization goes in his arc. But I feel like we covered enough of it that people know where I'm coming from at this point.
Yeah.
If anybody listens, 4 hours.
Yeah. They'll listen and they'll know that you think that
overall, I
Gully is
loved it. I think the book's worth reading. Chat. Well, definitely.
Oh yeah, final thoughts. I would recommend this book to anyone. Obviously, like I've said multiple times, if you want to learn how to write a book that has some symbolism and like a good arc and lesson learned, like this is a great place to look. So go out, get Nomad tattooed on your forehead, and do right by Alfred Bester.
Yeah, do right by Alfred Bester. Get Nomad tattooed on your face. Grape a woman. Give her lots of grapes. Women love grapes, I'm sure. Yeah. especially black women.
That's right.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. That's a wrap, fellas. Take care. It was a great time with all of you. Have a lovely night and sleep well.
Cut his mic.